ELL, it was quite the opposite, that the older the ELL student, the bigger the impact. And for that, I was kind of trying to theorize why, is because when you have a student who's still in ELL in 4th, 5th, 6th grade, they either came in later in the educational system, so they might have not entered the American education system until 2nd, 3rd grade, or they're what we call a persistent student in ELL. So they've been in ELL for several years, which means they haven't been showing that growth prior. So we did see quite a bit more impact with our older ELL students scoring lower on the F&P assessment this year. By race, it was very interesting because it kind of was counterintuitive to me, but there was really only one group that had consistent drops in their F&P scores compared to pre-COVID, and that was our Latinx group. Our Latinx group, we often find that the students in the Latinx group that are hit are often have an intersectionality. They might be ELL, they might have other complicating factors, whether it be special education, free and reduced lunch, but our Latinx group definitely had some drop in scores, but all of our other race groups did not have any consistent impact on their F&P scores. So we were able to do quite a bit of analysis of this, of the fall data, try to get some trends. It's not a perfect substitute for the SBA. It just isn't right now. And in the secondary, we're looking at what we need to do, because we definitely got more confidence about math scores in the secondary than we did ELA. But what I would say is that the ELA assessments that we gave were very informative to teachers. It informed what we needed most, which is teachers finding out what skills they needed to focus on this fall. So whether it was the high school writing assessment, where teachers looked at authentic writing samples, or whether it was the no red ink assessment, where we could really drill down into their grammar and language skills. Teachers got the information they needed about their students to make decisions. So that's the quick high-level summary of what we did for the fall assessment.
Okay. So was there any other questions from the board? So my next talk would be about what would an E2 look like for the spring, considering we didn't do those spring tests. So for last year, right? Because E2 will be in arrears, and what will that look like for?
I think the two pieces that we did look at that I think could help E2 is the F&P, because we have longitudinal data over time, so we can kind of get a sense of where students should have been. And I also think the secondary math assessments could give us a sense of kind of achievement from last spring as well. Those are the two places I think we could add to E2.
I do have one question. How far into the year are the fall assessments? I just don't remember when they were administered.
The elementary ones were administered very early, by and large. They're administered in the first month of school. The F&P, we had to give a really long window because it's a one-on-one assessment. So we gave them the first 2 months with the focus on our lowest achieving students being assessed first, so we could direct services. The secondary assessments began towards the end of September through mid-October.
Thanks.
Okay. Harlan.
Have you looked at any of the WAKIDS data yet so far as is there any impact from daycares shutting down in preschools last spring to see?
We don't have the WAKIDS data finished. It's due Friday, I think, this week. And but we did look at the pre-KK screener that we do that does numeracy and literacy. Really strong scores like usual. We did not see a major impact on the pre-KK scores, and we do have that for the last couple of years. So not a major shift there, but remember the expectations for kindergarten are pretty loose for pre-K. So that's comparing our norm to our previous norm.
Well, but that's where disaggregation really mattered, right? Because by building, we see such wide variation.
Yeah.
In that WAKIDS data, that would be globally, yes, but in pockets.
Yeah, a lot less variation when you just measure the sounds, letters, and number ID and counting skills. that's the pre-KK screener that we do, where it's a quantitative assessment, and there we get some more consistency across buildings.
Jody?
I was just going to add that because of COVID, we didn't do that screener last April like we usually do. But what we do have is in those 3 days when our kindergarten teachers are engaged in the family conferences, connections conferences, we did assess all students on letter sound correlation and some math skills. So we do have those scores.
Yeah. And our Title Lab schools have, as you'd expect, the reason why we have Title Lab, they have a little bit elevated need, but pretty typical in comparison to previous years.
I guess I'm curious about, I'm just looking at part 1 of ends 2. And the 2 that I'm interested in are the ones around fine visual performing arts. And even, I guess, did you mention social studies in the list you just went through as well in some of the geography, natural resources?
And we focused our fall assessments on literacy and numeracy skills, algebraic thinking, the math and ELA is where we focused our fall assessments.
And we if I'm not, I believe we didn't have common assessments last spring from social studies or language arts.
Now, we would have had a few social studies common assessments from pre-closure, because we do have some common assessments that are end of trimester and end of first semester, but not a lot.
Okay, so are there other questions for the board? I don't know if we want to dig deeper, or I was kind of hoping that we would get a better sense of what evidence you were going to be bringing with relations to both part 1 and part 2 of E2.
Well, I do think, Marnie, partly was we wanted to share with you what we had. And, you know, as Rich said, the one piece that we don't have yet that we will have coming is the WAKIDS data. And just try to find a place where it would fit, if you will, in the report, or substitute in the report. And I mean, we can bring just about everything that Rich has gone over. We just need to make, you know, fit it into the report in the appropriate places. It's just, I think mostly it's just, I don't have quite as much trust in that data, if you will, that I do the standardized data. The one thing I will say, and I think we just need to acknowledge up front, is that the early data analysis of that data, while it's not alarmingly bad, as Rich stated, the thing that concerns me is the thing that I've been concerned about since the beginning of the school closure back in last March, is that it's going to exacerbate some of the traditional gaps that we've had, and we do appear to see that happening. And that concerns me a lot. And I think it's why we're going to be talking a lot tonight about youngest learners and those furthest away from educational justice. And that, as I've shared, and I apologize, sometimes I can't remember what conversations I've shared these things in, there seems to be a new group emerging, and that is the group of secondary students with a high number of D's and F's. And that's a new group that concerns me. And so while there is some encouraging things in here, some of the math, it seems like the students were able to maintain the growth they were making last spring and were prepared for the math classes they have been put in. There's other aspects of it that really are, again, very concerning to me. Free and reduced lunch students, Latinx students, and younger students appear to be more negatively impacted by the school closure than other students. And that's just something we have to try to address.
Anne or Suzanne, is there anything you wanted to share or ask?
Well, I'm just thinking, for the purposes of the monitoring report, we're looking at the 1920 school year, right?
Yes.
So a lot of what you just talked about in terms of the high rate of Fs and some of the other things, that, I mean, I'm very concerned about that, but that's actually happening in the 2021 year.
Except aren't they looking in a sense catching where we would have been at the end of 1920 because we're doing them so early?
That was the point, Director Moore, of doing those assessments in the fall. And for some of those kids, I think it happened right like in the first couple of weeks of the school year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, no, and I would say those assessments will tell you, did kids get where we expected them to get in the 1920 school year? So that's good data. I was just thinking more about some of the data that's happening now.
Yeah, yes, a year from now, monitoring E2 for the 2021 school year. There, I have concerns.
Yeah.
About what's happening right now. So ironically, we've been out. So we were out last spring for 12 weeks. We closed about with 1/3 of the school year left. And I believe we're in about week 10 right now. So, you know, we're approaching being out as much this year as we were last year. And yeah, I do think we're doing a better job in the remote teaching. I know we're doing a better job in the remote teaching than we did last spring, but I'm concerned about the accumulative effect of last spring and then this year, and how deep into this year will it go? Those are all things causing me concern. I mean, let's, you know, I feel like I can't even take 2 minutes to celebrate in a highest grad rate we've had since my tenure as superintendent last year. And, you know, what was it, 93 something. But, you know, I'm more concerned, frankly, about the class of 21 and 22 and 23 going forward.
Do we know what the status is for the students that were incomplete last year? And will that incomplete data be part of what's shared? Students.
Yeah, I see, Donna, you just, yeah, that, you know what, Marnie, that's another good data set that we could bring and share, as a matter of fact. So I'll make a note of that one as well. So Donna, do you have an update? And I know that there's still done on that.
Well, a lot of it is being processed right now. So there are some testing opportunities that we have taken advantage of in very small groups in order to resolve some incompletes under the mastery competency testing that we are allowed to do. I think 2409 is a regulation number on that, 2409P. So we've been shepherding students who need that first through particularly the English and the math side of the house. And next, we're really looking at the comprehensive list that Dawn Wallace in TLS helped us to compile through her ENL work that will allow us to take courses students are enrolled in now to resolve a previous incomplete. So remember, a lot of that won't be decided until January, but the counselors all have the lists now. Administrators have the lists now. Melanie was a huge help. Leisha was a huge help. And of course, Dawn Wallace really helping us to lead that charge as teachers had to link it to the standards. And while they were doing the ENL work, it made perfect sense to tackle that at the same time. So it's in the course guides, and come January,
I'm gonna take it upstairs for you.
Many of those incompletes will sort of naturally resolve based on the courses kids are in now. And then we'll take a look at what else needs to be resolved, because again, the State Board of Ed has said that we are allowed to let a kid graduate with an incomplete, provided they have met all the other local and state requirements. So some incompletes that are on transcripts don't need to be resolved. Of course, we will still work with students and families to ascertain which ones they want to resolve if it's optional. And then of course, the ones they need to resolve are our top priority.
Sydney.
Yeah, I think the last conversation for me is much more where I'd rather stay and keep the 2 school years clean, and looking at things like the incompletes from last year, the grade drops we talked about quite a bit, where were students trending pre-closure, post-closure, and even some of the, I don't know if we were calling it engagement or contactability to end last school year, and put the asterisk on last school year that we just don't have the standard. I'm sure there's others we could think of, all the things we talked about as we were in the midst of closure. And then I would personally rather keep kind of performance, learning loss, those sorts of conversations in the current school year conversation. I just think it muddies the water across the two.
Yes, and that was kind of Director Gallinger and my conversation with Superintendent Thiele during agenda planning, was that trying to make it clear, definitive last year versus this year. I mean, what's happening this year when we monitor E2 next year, we'll have a lot deeper of a conversation of what that's going to look like.
Yeah, I guess, sorry, I didn't finish the thought.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That doesn't I didn't finish it. I stopped talking. I think what's important though is that this year data doesn't wait till next year's monitoring. I think that we do have a responsibility to be quite proactive in current year on what we're seeing in that early data. So I want to be clear. I want to keep last year as last year, figure out what that data set is. And yes, we will have different data this year, but I think our obligation is to be addressing those current year that Rich was just going through now.
Right.
The only thing I would add to that, though, is to the extent that Rich was talking about assessments that they gave right at the beginning of this year, those are reflecting losses that occurred last year, if there are losses, right? So those are telling us, are kids where we expect them to be at the beginning of this year? And if they're not, that's a result of last year. So I would say that one would be okay, personally.
Yeah, I agree with Suzanne. Those things, especially that happened right at the beginning of the year, are really a reflection of last year. Things like where we are right now with a higher number of like D's and F's in secondary, that's a this year. And because last year we didn't give F's, we gave the incompletes. But that's something we need to be looking at now in the current moment to figure out how we can help those kids that are getting more D's and F's than we've seen traditionally.
So what I'm hearing is, and it makes a lot of sense to me. So we have our normal cadence for an E2 discussion. I'm not hearing any resistance to pulling in some of the fall data that we did, that we did intentionally to try to measure the impact of last spring, but that we need to have a continuing ongoing conversation about the current year, especially given the fact that we are still in a fully remote system, particularly at the secondary level, and for every group of students except for those some students receiving special services. And the board has heard us say that we are concerned about the increase in D's and F's that we saw at the mid-try and then again at the mid-semester or mid-quarter points. We'll continue to track those, and working with the board president, we can schedule agenda items, frequent updates on what we're seeing and what's happening, whether it be when we actually get semester and trimester grades in, the actual grades, monitoring the incompletes from last year and the process for getting those made up. and any other kinds of red flags, if you will, that we're seeing along the way as an impact of the current situation with teaching and learning. I think that makes a lot of sense, and I will certainly try to keep the board abreast of things. And we'll have WAKIDS data. We'll be able to at some point bring that forward and share that with you as well. But I think, just know too that we're keeping a very close eye on, and remember too, and I'm going to speak to this in my COVID update about the engagement survey that we're going to be launching here in early December as well. So we're going to continue to keep monitoring not just grade data and assessment data, but also survey data, and try to get as comprehensive of a picture as we can as to how our students are performing and learning, and to what level they're learning as well. So really it's kind of two things going on. There's monitoring, which is part of our policy governance. And we know that last year was a disrupted year. And of course, we know going forward, next year we'll be monitoring another disrupted year.
So has OSPI, or I'm not sure which groups that look at the student growth and that information, have they said what they're wanting to look for, knowing that most districts didn't take the SBAC this past spring? So have they made any statements?
I haven't heard anything. I don't know if anyone else on the team has heard anything from OSPI. I mean, they don't have, they're just like us. They don't have the data either. So I don't know what their thinking is. Rich, are you aware of anything there?
Yeah, on some of the areas around like student learning plans, they're telling us to use our locally administered assessments from the fall, where we'd normally use spring smarter balanced assessments. So that's for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade student learning plans that we do at the end of Try 1. So we're using F&P as our main guide for those.
Okay. And I saw Lisa had her hand up, and then Donna, I also see that hand.
I was just going to share that in a meeting hosted by the assistant superintendent of OSPI, they said that they were working with themselves as well as with other states to analyze whether or not they were going to go ahead with the SBAC. With the change in the national administration, was there going to be the opportunity for a waiver, and what that then meant for the implication for administering SBAC. That was all. They seem to be continuing to work on it as of Tuesday.
Perfect segue. The last meeting I was in, and we said I haven't compared dates recently, although we often compare notes to see if we're hearing the same thing. I heard the assistant superintendent for assessment from OSPI say that she did expect us to have a spring admission of the test, that we were expected to administer it. And Deborah certainly followed up with communications around that out of the TLS department. Again, I think to Lisa's point, we don't know if that's going to remain true, but that's the tentative plan. And then I also, just from attending the State Board of Ed meetings, I'm learning that they plan to propose some relaxation in the rules for this class, the current senior class, and classes behind them to the state legislature. But obviously we're not going to know the outcomes of that at all until well past January. I don't know if that's going to mean that we have waiver codes that we're using again or not, for example.
Okay.
Yeah, no simple answers, President Moraldo, that's for sure. Everybody's trying to figure this out.
Right. Harlan.
Has there been any early disaggregation of our graduation data from last year?
I thought I saw that. Didn't I see that in the report? Didn't we have a disaggregated?
We don't even list the class of 2020.
No, not yet. It's not even been unembargoed, I don't believe, at this time, if that's the correct term. I'm sure Dr. Almy can correct me if I'm not using the right verbiage there.
All I can say is that for SIP data in the past, it's been, we've usually gotten through one whole SIP feeder pattern before the state gives us the finalized data on that. So it's usually more like late January, February.
So we will get it, we just don't have it for the class of 20.
Okay.
'Cause
Right.
I thought what I was looking at, I didn't like what I saw, but I think that wasn't the current classes. And all I mean by that statement is, of course, I want to see those opportunity gaps narrowing. And if I recall what I was looking at, I still saw, you know, lower rates. Trying to pull it up. Oh, that's the whole file. Grad. Yeah. I don't know, and Rich, I don't know if you had other thoughts or ideas. I mean, I know you haven't had a tremendous amount of time to even wrap your head around this. I know you've been talking SIP conversations with principals as well. And I know we did, you know, frankly, I was a little surprised that there was, so I had a question, I guess, around the SAT and PSAT data, and I haven't did an analysis of the data, but I'm just a little concerned by it because, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't the test administered differently? I mean, I'm sure that some of our students were able to take it in person, but didn't they do like an online version of the SAT or something last spring?
We did not host a test run. We typically have not done that. But students can access it in any way that they were offering it. I'm not certain that we had even as many students take it in the spring, but there's certainly, they can sit all year.
Having a senior myself this year, all of his college applications, they said they were not going to need the SAT. We signed him up, tried 3 times, all of them got canceled. So I just think that the local administration of SATs, we're not going to have as many students take SATs this year.
Yeah, same with my senior. Anne.
Wasn't it the AP tests that students did differently and did them themselves? Like, so we should have AP data, but we have to recognize it was a different testing format than it ever was before.
That is
correct.
correct.
I don't know if you already have taken looks at the AP data and if it seemed very similar to prior years or if that seemed off.
I have not dived into that too deeply yet. I certainly can.
And also those AP tests, a lot of them were scaled down versions of the normal test. For example, the AP Human Geo was an open response essay without the multiple choice or any other parts of the test. So the tests were the ones that and having a daughter who took one last year was probably chopped in half from what a normal AP testing situation would be.
Okay.
We didn't test anything after March. Any content that was scheduled to be covered after March was cut off the test.
Right, but in the end, we will end up with AP results that are still just a score of 1 through 5. Or for and those we'll still have in this report because there are a number of places in ENS2 that uses AP data.
Okay. Now they did cancel IB tests though, right?
They based it on the body of work students had completed. So you're right, that last test, they did allow kids not to take because there were so many different circumstances around the world. And of course, it's a giant program. And so they really felt that kids who had committed to the diploma really already had a body of work. So they used instead internal assessment scores and projected scores. They kind of had a system for that in place already. So you're correct. They did not sit for the formal last test, if you will.
Right, so in terms of the data that we have for Issaquah, we have AP test data, but it's weirdly different, and we do not have IB test data.
Not the last test, correct. But we will have things like diploma completion data and other things that we could pull if we need to.
So what happened to students who weren't necessarily going for the diploma and were just taking a course, just like an AP course, and then universities, under certain circumstances and scores, will give them credit? Do they just walk away with nothing?
Not necessarily. So I think one thing that's really important to keep in mind with both AP and IB, the universities really have the right to change their policy from year to year to year and how they interpret and use those scores, and they do. So we've always been very upfront with students that we can't memorize all of that and be accurate all the time, that we will show them the databases where those are collated by the College Board and by the IBO, and then allow them to and facilitate and help them to do that research to know what the schools are interested in are doing in various areas with scores. So I can't wholesale answer the question because there's so much variety depending on what universities wanted to do. They may have stuck with it and said, we'll honor the work that you did and give you the same kind of credit that we would have for the same sort of score. They may have scaled it back and given less credit, none at all. But again, they have the right to do that anytime. And so I wish I could give you a kind of national answer, but I'm afraid I can't.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I clearly last year's class is not the one that's going to be as an impact. I'm just looking at the data. We actually had more kids take, and as a percentage, take the SAT in the class of 20. That clearly will not be true of the class of 21.
Okay, any other questions or feedback for staff from the board? So, because our biggest question is, do you have the data you need, or does it look like you have the data you need to be able to make a decision on monitoring when this comes before the board?
That is the question. Thank you, President Moraldo.
Because if there's anything else that you feel you don't have enough information about, this is the time that we want to be able to consider that. I'm not hearing anything.
Yeah. Plus,
Okay.
and remember, the board will have an opportunity to look at this again, President Moraldo. This one is scheduled to come part one at the next board meeting in December. We'll send it out in advance, and need be along the way too, if we need to, as we dig into kind of the use of the fall data and stuff. If there's other things, I may need to ask some questions individually of the board as we go along. Not, I can send out some information and so forth.
Great. Okay, well then we have 15 minutes before our board, or 16 minutes before our board meeting is officially starting. So we can take a break until then, if there are no other questions for staff, or staff has no further input. Okay, so I will see you, and we will begin our general board meeting beginning at 6 p.m.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is exactly what he said. I reschedule it with the arborist for 10 tomorrow. Did you tell him?
Okay, I have 1 minute until we resume. I have a staff member, a cabinet member that needs to participate in the meeting tonight, and he cannot get in because we have reached a number of the maximum number of participants. So I'm going to ask that Stephen just randomly remove until we can get him in. And if you're able to get back in, that's great. But at this point, I don't know how else to get people that I need to have here. So Director Cherney is not able to get in, one of our staff members, Chief Operating Officer.
If you upgraded your Zoom call plan to a bigger plan, you could get 1,000 people in.
Thank you. We are not receiving public comment at this time, but thank you. And I'm sure staff has a reason because we've had this conversation. I think it's because each month we think we're not going to have to do this anymore, and the governor keeps extending on a 1 month basis thereby. And I think there was some cost around that. So
Just a reminder, President Moraldo, we are live streaming on our YouTube channel as well.
great. So I'm waiting for Dr. Gallinger and we can begin our meeting. And again, to remind staff and board members that I have it on on participant, if you have your camera on only is the only way I can see you. And for the public, if you are not speaking to the board, then we would ask that you mute your mic and your camera. Thank you. And with that, it is now 6:01 p.m. So I call to order this meeting of the Issaquah School Board for Thursday, November 12th, 2020. And with that, we will start with Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. So please rise with me. I'm waiting for Stephen to bring up the flag. Stephen, do you have a flag available? Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, the next item on my agenda is our students, and I'm sorry, hold on. I was sent your name this afternoon.
We have Preston Jones and Vanessa Tang.
I guess I could read it because it's actually on the Zoom call. And you are from Issaquah High School, correct? Well, thank you for attending tonight. So we will pass it on to you. I think there are some questions that normally you talk about, or you can just share with us what you want the board and the public to know that is going on in your schools.
All right. Hello, I'm Preston Jones. And something that I'll start talking about is with regarding grades and like the online school experience and stress with students. So when talking with my peers and by looking at my own grades, I've been made aware that students are like struggling at much higher levels than normal due to online school. And the new and different online system obviously is stressful and difficult for students. And I know that many students appreciated the accommodations that were made last year, like the baseline grade that we had. So like when we left school, the grade that you had before you left was the minimum, and for online school. And obviously this is different this year, but although we are more prepared and have an organized online school system, I still think that accommodations should be made to kind of ease the stress for students. And right now I know that all I know that is similar to an accommodation that we have this year is that students are suggested to give students 2 weeks to turn in late work. And I just think that taking steps to help students in this online journey is important. So considering some accommodations like that would be beneficial, as well as have teachers kind of look into maybe their online teaching styles to possibly allow for more work time during class and less outside of class work to decrease the amount of screen time for students. And something that we're doing on the ASB exec board at Issaquah, what we're doing on our part is we're planning on writing a letter to staff on behalf of the student body, something along the lines of like tips for staff from students on how they can help students prosper in this online setting.
Awesome. So I think it's my turn now. Hi, I'm Vanessa Tang. So I was going to talk a little bit about kind of the activities that we've been trying to do as ASB and kind of some of the limitations we've been having because of this online environment, which is inevitable, of course. But I'm just going to talk a little bit about it. As ASB, we believe that it's very important to have ASB events because already this online environment, not being able to see people makes it really hard to connect. So especially even for freshmen, transfer students, it's really hard for them to kind of make connections that you normally would in regular school. So we're really trying to promote as much ASB events as possible, and even staff too. So because we know that a lot of staff are having hard times connecting with their students. So we believe that it's we're trying our best to really make those connections as much as we can, even though we're online. So some of those things we did was like, student staff recognition. And we also believe that it's also a good way to relieve some of the stress of school for both, again, students and staff. Recently, ASB has had a pretty difficult time connecting with students. We have had a few online events so far this year. We had a Zoom lunch meeting for Halloween, and that was, it was pretty fun, but in a school with 2,500 plus kids, less than 30 will show up to our events. And while we know we can't have all 2,500 kids on a Zoom call, of course, it's like about 1% of students are showing up to these events. And I think honestly, that's pretty sad because again, like, we feel that ASB events and those things are good ways to relieve stress from school. And like Preston highlighted, a lot of students are encountering a lot of stress with school. So we think kind of maybe this lack of student involvement might be because everything's being online. So kind of like Preston said, it's difficult for students to go back online again after being in school for 6 hours. And since our events have mostly been online, it's been a lot of screen time. So it's not very motivating for students to go back in online again on a Zoom meeting or some kind of social media to stare at a screen again, even if it's for an activity. Our social media is, again, like I said, overused and overloaded, which can be overwhelming for students, which causes them sometimes not to look at it, let's be honest, and that limits the ASB platform even further. So we've been trying to think outside the box for events we can plan outside of online events. We have a few that will be mentioned later. Of course, adhering to safety guidelines, that is our #1 priority, making sure everyone feels safe and adhering to guidelines. So we want to find a way to reach students and staff in a more personal way without making them feel too unsafe or not too unsafe, just unsafe and vulnerable in general. Again, like I said, our priority is safety and guidelines. So we were thinking like maybe student recognition or staff recognition. We want to try to give things to students and staff while respecting guidelines, of course, anything from like a note to a small gift. While we do have materials pickup days, there's only one each quarter and one is passed already. So if we want to give students, it has to be then, but that is a little bit limiting. So we did talk about this recently at the IDSC meeting, having like a possibility of drive-ins. And of course, we know that there are lots of regulations. Again, we want to limit exposure as much as possible. So we're still trying to work out the kinks of that. But I just wanted to let you know that we're trying to reach out to students and staff, and hopefully we can get some compromises and stuff. Like Inglemoor has done, Inglemoor High School, they had a little Halloween trick or treat. So we were thinking maybe there's a possibility that we can do something while adhering to guidelines and keeping everyone safe. Again, like I said earlier, we've been working on some other projects that aren't totally online. So we have a surprise event. It hasn't been released yet. Shameless plug at Issaquah ASB on Instagram. We will be announcing what it is tomorrow. Little hint, it's something to do with Eddie the Eagle, our mascot. And it's just a way to interact with students one-on-one while staying safe and distance. And then Preston, I think you have another introduction to a project that we've been working on.
Yeah, so kind of going off of what Vanessa said, we recently had a collaboration with Issaquah Coffee Company in an effort to build spirit while online. And we made a drink called the Issy, which is a honey lavender latte. It's pretty good. So if you haven't tried it yet, you should head down to Issaquah Coffee Company and maybe get it tomorrow morning. And so far the drink's been really successful. A lot of students have gotten it. And by incorporating this or something that is a part of the community in people's everyday lives, we're promoting spirit in school and in Issaquah overall. So it's kind of like a win-win. And we're trying to focus on more collaborations like this involving like spirit in the actual Issaquah community. So this has actually been one of the few benefits of COVID, which is forcing us to expand out into Issaquah itself and not just in IHS. And it kind of made us realize the benefits of expanding spirit in like new, unique ways and into the community. And yeah, I think that's everything that we had today.
Great, thank you so much for sharing. Next on our agenda is public input, and this is time for the public to share their input to the board for items that are not on the agenda. We'll be calling for specific board input on item 2 and item 3 later on, and even item 2 and item 3 we will have opportunity for board input. But if you would like to speak to something else that is not either our COVID impact on school operations or resolution 1157, now is the time to raise your hand. And you do that by, if you go under the participants at the bottom of your screen, click on the little up arrow. There should be a way for you to bring that up, and then over on the side, it'll show all the participants, and there should be an area where it says raise hand. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to scroll through. Okay, so I have 2 people that have raised their hands. So I assume you are speaking to something other than items 2 or items 3 on the agenda. So the first I will call, it says MC Gorski. Please give your name and the attendance area for what school your family is near.
Yeah, my name is Mark Gorski. I've had a daughter that has gone through the Issaquah school system already, and I currently have a son that's a junior at Skyline High School. My topic or item real briefly is, I don't believe it's regarded topic number 2, but everything is related to COVID. So you can tell me if you think I am incorrect. So just my question to the Issaquah School District Board is, when will you be opening the outdoor sport field access? Currently, there is Newport High School, Bellevue, Mount Si, Lake Washington Fields are all open and are having some form of workouts for their teams. The Issaquah School District teams that are trying to do workouts we're having to use our hard-earned Booster Club dollars to pay for fields, pay for lights, and actually have to get our own insurance for use of those fields. The Issaquah School District has provided mental health Wednesdays, but if you don't have the ability to have your kids get physical and some safe social interaction time, just having pure mental health, it's a lost opportunity. So I think from a parent perspective, all we're asking is for the Issaquah School District to unlock the gates, turn on the lights, and then we can have the ADs, the booster clubs, or the teams manage the use. You already have the security and everything else is already there. So request that you please open the fields similar to other nearby school districts that have already done that. And then sort of as just a slightly related note, as we've been trying to figure out how to get access to fields and get them open up, there are other school districts that actually have a district athletic director, and that might be something for the Issaquah School District consider. So Bellevue does it. They have direct access to the teams and to the school ADs, instead of we have to go through and one of the administrators that already has numerous responsibilities, and it's just not a simple thing to do. And if physical and social is important to mental health, that would be a request again for the Issaquah School District. Thank you very much. Appreciate you listening.
Thank you. And my apologies because I failed to mention one thing. There's an error on here. We're going to be doing 2 minutes of public input rather than 3 because there are so many participants. So Mr. Gorski, thank you for your input. I also did want to say this is input and not output, so we won't get an answer, but I'm sure a staff member will come and provide an answer to you. And I'm sure that question would not be a bad thing to answer to the board as well. So thank you very much. Next, I'm going to call on, it says Brian Casey. Mr. Casey, are you available?
Yes, can you hear me, Marnie?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, I was trying to start the video and it's saying the host has stopped it.
Okay, well, go ahead and provide your input.
Okay, awesome. Let's see, start my video. Excellent. So really, this is just a statement because I want to speak on the behalf of my fellow parents over here. My daughter's names are Paige and Ella. They are at Grand Ridge and Pacific Cascade Middle School, respectively. What I'm hearing in the working session is we can't decide whether the data is real or not, how kids are scored, how to measure impact. I wanted to share with the board here some anecdotal evidence from my household. In one of the most privileged communities in the United States, Issaquah, with safety, low crime, discretionary income, some of the best internet access in the country, motivated, engaged parents, I've still lost track of the number of times I've had to talk my 2 daughters, a 6th grader and a 5th grader, down from the ledge. I've lost track of the number of tears I've wiped from their faces. I've lost track of the times they've prayed for normalcy. What I'd like to say is, I'd like to challenge this board, the teachers, and the entire Issaquah community to have the courage to do what is right for our children's well-being and their future. Our children need to be back in school in person. This is essential.
Thank you. And that's related to the resolution. So we'll be discussing that further on. So thank you so much for your input. Okay, seeing no other hands raised, we're going to move on to the approval of the consent agenda. The consent agenda is a meeting management tool, so that allows the board to look at regular business that is conducted and that requires approval of the board. We have all reviewed all of these materials beforehand, and we'll be able to take action on all the items with one motion. So with that, I would call for a motion.
I move the consent agenda be approved as presented.
Second.
Okay. Does any board member wish to remove an item from the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of approving the consent agenda as presented, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Next is the establishment of the regular agenda. So Superintendent Thiele, are there any changes to the regular agenda?
There are none.
Great, so we will proceed to item number 1 is a review of the work study that was just prior to the board meeting. The board talked about our ends monitoring of ends 2 and what type of data we would seek to utilize given that this past spring, much of the testing that goes into that and other items of other assessments that are utilized for that data were not available because of the COVID shutdown of schools. So with that, I wanted to give it to my board members. Any input that you wanted to provide to the public or to each other regarding the work study and the information? Dr. Gallinger.
I would just say that, I really appreciate our superintendent and his team being thoughtful about this and being willing to provide us some data that is, typically outside of what we would normally look at the start of this year, even though it's reflective of where students ended at the end of last year. I think that will be helpful. But I just wanted to say that, there's been numerous conversations over the years about the wording of this and the fact that it says upon graduation. I mean, truly, if that's our goal, which it is, he's able to provide us graduation data from last year. And so in that way, when we think about what reasonable progress is, that is ultimately our goal, and that data will be provided. My only request that it could be as disaggregated as possible, so we could really look at it through the lens of equity.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? I think, what was important for us was to be able to hear what type of data sets were going to be available for this in order for us to monitor that and to really define what is measuring last year's data versus this year. So it's going to be a little challenging. It looks like we'll probably have to use testing that was done at the elementary specifically at the beginning of the school year to somewhat measure how growth data and other data for this past spring. So with that then, if there's no other questions or comments, I'll move to the next agenda item. So the next 2 agenda items feel very related, but I think they are going to be a bit different in those conversations. So what I wanted to say to the public before we get into it, for both of these items, we will have a staff presentation if necessary, and then we'll have public input for 30 minutes. It does say 3 minutes or less, but given how many people are here, I would like to put that to 2 minutes or less so that I can have a conversation, so that we can hear from as many people. And then we'll move on to board discussion for item number 1. For item number 2, I do believe that I will probably make a statement. We'll do public input for 30 minutes and then move on to board discussion. What is going to be really important is that if you are wanting to speak to the decision, the impact of the resolution, that you save those comments for the second 30-minute period, and that the first 30-minute period be more about the operations of schools as they are standing right now. So similar to what we heard earlier, talking about field use, those kind of things, that would be what we would want to look at to speak to for item number 1. So if I feel like you're moving into item number 2. So if I feel you're moving into item number 3 territory about the resolution, I will ask you to wait till then. So with that, I'm going to open it up to staff. So Superintendent Thiele, whatever information you wanted to share us regarding school operations.
Hey, thank you, President Moraldo. This agenda item is titled COVID-19 Impact on School operations. And the simplest statement I guess I could make is COVID has and continues to impact just about everything we do. Every operation is touched and modified in some way, shape, or form is a result of COVID. So I'm going to share a number of things tonight, and then we'll see if there's other questions, and I'll have some other staff join me along the way too, and just share some updates. But before I dive into, I just also wanted to thank Preston and Vanessa. You know, it wasn't lost on me that they were talking about how hard it is to get kids to participate in virtual activities outside of virtual school, and yet they were both presenting in a virtual environment. And I really do appreciate that. And I certainly recognize the challenge. I often don't feel like jumping into other virtual conversations in my personal life either, after spending 8-10 hours a day looking at these little boxes on our computer. So I just really appreciate, and all the opportunities that I've had to hear from students, whether it be here at board meetings or at other meetings that I participate in with students. And I hope that they all know that I think I can speak for all of us, and I mean everybody, when I say, you know, our hearts are hard because of are hardened because of what they're having to go through, and it's tough. You know, these students who are particularly our seniors this year lost the last third of their junior year. Now they've lost the first third of their senior year, and I recognize how difficult that is. They are a historic generation of students. They will always be the pandemic generation, and their high school experiences will forever be impacted by this. And I'm just really, I've been impressed by the courage and the fortitude that our students have shown. And I'm just really sorry this is happening to them, but we're going to continue to work to try to make the best of it. So a number of things I did want to update the board on tonight as it relates to the impact of COVID-19. First thing I was going to talk about tonight are surveys. And I feel like I need to start with an apology, because I know we have asked students, staff, and community members to take a number of surveys. And frankly, we will be asking people to complete additional surveys as we move through this school year. I hope everyone can understand that we're creating a whole new way of teaching and learning, and not a way that we asked to have to create, but circumstances have put us where we are. And it's important for the Issaquah School District to gather information along the journey, so we know what's working well, what's not working well, what we need to adjust and try to improve upon. And I do believe, you know, we can make adjustments, and we've demonstrated that from last spring to this school year. And we will continue to gather data and have that data help inform whatever types of improvements we need to make to improve the teaching and learning experience. And so to that end, the high school remote learning daily schedule survey is now open, and that's been sent out through all of our high schools. And it will actually, that survey is currently open and will remain open until 8 p.m. Monday night, November 16th. So I just want to make sure that folks know that that is out there, and they can work on it this weekend as well. We are surveying students, staff, and families about our current ISD live remote teaching and learning schedule. We built the current schedule off of survey data that we gathered from our students last spring with a commitment to check back in. And we are now at that time where we are doing that. We are checking back in. It's been about 10 weeks in the school year. We certainly want to continue to hear, particularly the related to the current schedules at IHS, Liberty, and Skyline High School. Gibson Neck is obviously unique in this case. So we pushed out that survey last week. We'll be reviewing the data once it comes in. And again, we'll use that data to inform any decisions or tweaks we need to make. I would remind folks, however, you know, going back to the conversation we were having earlier about graduation and the like, we do need a schedule that will provide adequate opportunities for students to be able to take all of the courses they need to take, not just to graduate, but that the courses they need to fulfill whatever the colleges they may want to apply to, or programs they may want to enter post high school. So we do have to be mindful that we still have those requirements that we have to try to live up to. And I know initially when the survey went out, we received some emails from some in the community who I think were looking for something a little different. And I did want to remind the board and the community, we will be conducting a student engagement survey. So questions about how much screen time students are having, how they're using breakout rooms, and various things like that. We'll be launching our engagement survey in early December. I believe the target date we're shooting for right now is December 9th. And that will again ask a number of questions related to student engagement. This is a survey that we're doing in collaboration with the Center for Educational Excellence. I believe it was Dr. Gallinger that had suggested that, had some knowledge of that. And Executive Director Mellish actually had experience working with this organization as well in his previous district. And so we're in the process of doing that right now. So the high school schedule survey is specific to the current remote learning schedule. An engagement survey is coming. And I know, and again, I apologize if people are getting survey fatigue. I know individual buildings and even teachers have surveyed their students as well about different things. And questions related to mental health issues and the like. So I just, again, want to thank everyone who takes the time to complete the surveys. A mentor of mine once said that feedback was the breakfast of champions, and this is one way that we can gather feedback from large audiences. And I have heard from a number of students. I've heard anecdotal issues related to the surveys, but I think it's also important that we get a large body of data and not just base our decision making on stories here and there, although those stories have been impactful. And so just know that that's coming. The one's out there and one more is coming on the engagement side. I also wanted to talk just briefly about virtual class visits. And I've shared a little bit about this with the board, and I believe some of the board are actually getting some virtual class visits scheduled as well. And I, again, just want to thank the teachers that have welcomed me and the students into your virtual classroom. It's been a lot of fun for me, and I have more visits scheduled and coming up. But what I can tell you is that I have truly enjoyed the experience, in part because I really miss being out there in our schools and being able to walk the halls of the schools and frankly smell the smells and have the textual experience of being there, and coming into the classrooms and judging the reactions of people, and listening and observing. And so while this is, it's the best substitute we have right now. So I've truly appreciated being able to join you in some of these class experiences. And I've done it all the way from high school classes down to first grade classes. I don't think I've been in a kindergarten class yet, but I'm sure I've got some of those scheduled. A few of the takeaways that I will share with you from my experiences, and I would say it's been about 12 classrooms, maybe 14 classrooms. Teachers are doing a lot of really good, challenging work, designing lesson plans to cover the content in the most engaging ways that they can, given the circumstances of this virtual learning. And so what I've observed is I've seen the use of video clips, audio clips. I've seen teachers do fun icebreaker type activities, trivia type things to get the students engaged, use of breakout rooms and how those are monitored. And I've participated in breakout room conversations, small group instruction. I've learned about some software programs that teachers are using out there that have also kind of make it more interesting, more visual, more engaging. I've appreciated that the tone that teachers have taken in trying to encourage students to interact with one another. And I get that as time has gone on, we're seeing fewer and fewer cameras stay on during the course of classes. And I understand kind of why that might be, but I would still encourage students. And whenever I'm on and a student is willing to highlight their camera, I so much appreciate it because it's an opportunity for me just to see their faces. And please know that I have lots of times when I look really goofy and strange in this setting, so don't worry about it. It happens to all of us. And but I really appreciate when students will have that interaction. And I know your teachers appreciate it too. And I really appreciated when I heard Vanessa and Preston also reference, this isn't easy for teachers. It's not easy on our students. It's not easy. Everybody's trying hard. And I really do appreciate that. And so I look forward to more opportunities to get back out there. And I'll be honest, I look way more forward to opportunities where I can once again walk the halls and actually see students in the classrooms. So I look forward to that. So again, I recognize, and I've reflected on myself as a former classroom teacher. And I thought, boy, it's got to be, I realize how much I feed off of the energy of my students, or fed off the energy of my students, observing their body language, hearing their conversations amongst each other. And when you lose all of that, I recognize how challenging it must be for both the learner and the teacher. So I just really appreciate that everybody is trying to do a really good job. We know how important learning is. We know how important it is to be prepared for whatever the next level of learning and in our life is in front of us. So we're all just kind of hanging in there and doing the best we can with this. And I really do appreciate the effort that everyone is putting in. I noted, and I thought it was interesting hearing from the students about, we're all looking for ways to try to keep engaged in our system and keep school spirit alive. And so, in talking with administrators earlier this week, I've seen virtual assemblies, and I just want to make a note to Veterans Day assemblies that were pushed out. We are still in that season of celebrating our vets, and obviously thankful to our veterans. And some of our schools have pushed out some of those virtual assemblies or virtual Vet Day messages. Principals are still having great kids lunches periodically with the students. This is mostly an elementary thing, I will admit. I don't know how many high schoolers would want to have a great kids lunch with their principal, but that is an important thing to some of those younger students. The materials distribution, it was never intended to be an uplifting kind of socially emotional uplifting experience, but it has turned out to be that. Because I think it's just one more opportunity for students to interact with their teachers and with their school community. School pictures, those types of things I know our students are happy to be involved in. I really appreciate our PTSAs, and I know they're trying to do virtual activities in their schools as well. I want to take this opportunity to encourage people to join a PTSA, even if you don't have a student in the school. They need our resource support as much as anything now, so that they can continue to try to find ways to help the students feel connected and the families feel connected to our schools. The Spirit Weeks that ASBs have done, and just, as Vanessa and Preston said, they're constantly looking for ways that we can potentially engage with our students and our families more. And it's tough because so much of it has to be done virtually to be safe in terms of mitigating of the virus. But I just appreciate all the efforts people are putting in that arena as well. The other thing that so I'm just kind of jumping from item to item here, President Moraldo, and I'll try to get through it fairly quickly, and then there'll be time for questions. I did want to talk about something that I heard related to staff members who have contracted COVID-19. And I understand that there's been some talk on social media about the ISD employees who have contracted COVID-19 and how this information can or cannot be communicated. And what I can tell you is the answer is a complicated one. And it's complicated because every case has been unique. Unique in terms of the circumstances and or the impact that the case has on the school or school district. As a general rule, we don't just announce or communicate every case of COVID-19. However, some cases people have to be informed of because it's part of our contact tracing. Excuse me. Others, you may be informed because it's a result of a need for us to close a portion of the school, or actually even close a school or disrupt a program. And certainly the people that are involved in that would need to know that as well. And again, every situation is unique. Sometimes these are staff members who haven't been in buildings for a number of days. So the fact is they were never in a building symptomatic. And so the impact again would be much less. In some cases, too much information about a specific situation could result in that individual being identified, and we want to be very careful about that. So we have to be careful how we talk about these things. And in some, a lot of our schools don't have a lot of people in them. So if we start to give specific details about the school, the time, the place, pretty soon you've made it identifiable to somebody. So we want to be careful with that as well. But I do want people to know, the bottom line here is that we do follow the Department of Health guidelines on what to do when you have a case of COVID-19 at a work site. And we will communicate with anyone who needs to be informed according to the Department of Health guidelines. And then one other thing that complicates this, it's not real clean, but it's very different when you're talking about somebody who has a confirmed case of COVID versus a suspected case of COVID versus a suspected waiting for test results. I mean, there's just so many different iterations. And I know our assistant superintendent, Lisa Heckman, can tell you because she spends a fair amount of time working through all of these cases and working with public health. And frankly, sometimes public health is getting a bit overwhelmed, and it can be a while before they're able to even respond or give guidance to us. So there is just a number of issues related to it. And I thought, and I know Lisa spoke to this, Assistant Superintendent Heckman spoke to this a bit on our last video communication that we did, the video that you can find posted on our ISD YouTube page. But, and it's my understanding that we're currently somewhere around 7 cases of staff with COVID in the system. And again, very different and unique, different schools, different facilities, different levels. And I see my assistant superintendent, Ms. Heckman there, has highlighted her camera. So Lisa, maybe can you fill in anything that I've missed here and just any more details that you think might be helpful for the board and the public to know about responding to cases of COVID? You're on mute. Yeah.
There we go.
Sorry about that. I have to be the boss.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, you're right, Ron. And actually, of those 7, 3 have actually returned to work, having come through their COVID case with returning to wellness and being able to return to access to our facilities. You're also right that there have been a number of cases that we have found out after the fact from staff who, because they haven't accessed our buildings, because they haven't had to be working either in person or they've been continuing to be able to work remotely, that we haven't necessarily known have gone through COVID and again, come out the other side in a well fashion. All staff that we have interacted with when having to share the communication that they are a close contact, with the exception of 4 that we're working with right now, have really, I was going to say eagerly, that's the wrong term, promptly went and took a hold of testing either through their own healthcare providers or through the remote testing that is provided by public health in order to gain that information and then in turn share it with us so that if another staff or now that we have students in the building, if a student is going to be involved, that we can communicate appropriately. So, but your numbers were on, as was the description of why and how we are communicating and with whom.
Thank you, Lisa. And so obviously, if there was considered an outbreak or anything, we will communicate what we need to communicate. I guess that's the commitment. We don't want our employees or the public who might access our buildings, and very few people are accessing them now, but to have a concern that, and we will have cases and continue to have cases of COVID. I mean, I think it's just, statistically, that's just going to happen. But I do want to reassure people that we are following all of the protocols and really appreciate Assistant Superintendent Heckman's work. In each of our buildings has a COVID supervisor as well, and very detailed plans as to how to address these concerns. So, and I know there may be some board questions on that too when I wrap up here. So don't go too far away, Lisa. The other thing I wanted to touch on, I had a couple more things here, President Moraldo, was one, and it's an area that I've spoken to a number of times going all the way back to March, but I like to remind people, there are a group of workers in the Issaquah School District who really almost since the very beginning of this pandemic have not stopped working. And there's a number of them, our custodial maintenance staff, and but I specifically want to talk about our food service workers because they really have done an amazing job providing critical food assistance to the children in our community. And I just want to acknowledge and thank our Director of Food Services, Brian Olson, and his incredible team. And so I did ask, and thank you for letting him in, President Moraldo, because I did ask Executive Director Turney, who is Executive Director of Business and Operations, to talk and give us a quick status update because things have been evolving and changing in that arena and expanding, frankly. And so if Mr. Turney is out there and is prepared to kind of give us a current update on the status of our food distribution, I'll look to see if his camera lights up here.
There.
I'm here. Thank you.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
Thank you, Superintendent. I'll just lead off with the same big thank you to our Director of Food Service, Brian Olson, and the tremendous food service teams out there. They have been working very hard, particularly as our numbers have ramped up here since September. So we are able to utilize a program through the Department of Agriculture that we're not usually able to utilize, which allows us to feed any child between 0 to 18 who shows up at one of our food distribution sites. And so we are currently averaging, we hand out multiple meals at a time on Mondays and Thursdays, but that averages out to about 3,700 meals a day at this point. So those are breakfast and lunch that they can pick up. And to date, we have served over 100,000 of those meals, which was just outstanding. But it's an outstanding support for our community. We started with 7 sites being Issaquah High, Skyline, Liberty, Endeavor Elementary, Grand Ridge, Issaquah Valley Elementary, and Sunset. And because of the steadily increasing numbers, we will now be expanding that to Apollo Elementary and Beaver Lake Middle School. And so what we did was we looked at the areas where we had participation that was pretty high, and we decided to look at 2 locations where we could ease that and perhaps get something closer to where folks can access that with a little bit more ease. And we'll be starting that Monday, November 23rd. So just a little over a week from now. So again, big thanks to those food service workers. We appreciate everything you're doing out there. And so that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. And again, big thanks to that staff, and please pass that appreciation along. And so that is, I just want, your school district is still providing critical services to the community, even in this strange pandemic time when mostly the vast majority of our students are learning remotely. The other thing I wanted to just touch on, and it kind of related a little bit to something our students were talking about, and even one of our community members on public input, and this is these 5 student cohort pods. This was something we had been working towards, along in conjunction with our Kinko neighbors. And this is the idea of having 5 student pods, much like the Bellevue School District has been doing now, really since the start of the fall, working with doing a training or conditioning session. These would be a cohorted pod. So for example, you may have 5 student athletes from a sport who could meet on a scheduled time with their coach for a training or conditioning practice. You wouldn't be able to do multiple pods. You'd have to just stick with one or pick one. But we were moving towards that, and are planning and continuing to plan and working with our athletic directors. And we do have an AD at each of our comprehensive high schools. And working with our coaches, and frankly, our coaches, they're excited to have an opportunity. And then in working and collaborating with the Lake Washington School District and some of the other Kinko districts, as we were moving on this planning direction, unfortunately, as we've experienced, and I know we'll be talking about it, the rather dramatic increase in COVID cases that we've seen in the last 10 days. And so we've kind of hit the pause on that right now, because if you watch the public health, if you watch the press conferences last week, and I don't know what the governor said today, I know he had a press conference at 5:30, just some concerns about doing more activities right now. And so we're going to continue with that planning. And again, this is specifically to athletic and training and conditioning. It would also relate to clubs and activities. And I don't know exactly how that would work, with a 5-person pod. And again, that pod can't meet with other 5-person pods. It has to stay a cohort. And then ultimately for academic support. And that would require ongoing conversations with our teachers unions and our support staff unions, SEIU, PSE, but looking for ways that we could support our students, both academically as an intervention, particularly those students who are suffering and have a lot of D's and F's and really need some type of intervention. And for, as I believe our community member mentioned, for just the social emotional aspect of it, the idea of being able to get some exercise. And I know there was that specific input was related more to field use and facilities use, which is something else that we are talking about and looking into. And I'm getting a lot of contradictory information about that and what other districts are doing right now, I will say. So I'm not sure how much some of that is officially sanctioned and some of that is just happening, but we are absolutely looking into that, recognize that we've got some work that we need to do in these areas. And it's going to be tough. I mean, I want to be honest with people too. Finding ways to serve older students, particularly during rising rates and everything, is not easy. And we have to do it in a way that mitigates some of the spread of the virus risk. And what we've been told is the 5-person pod is one of the ways we can do that. So that is something that we're working on. My hope is that it's just frustrating right now, I'll just be honest with you, because how we're seeing the COVID rates rising both in our district, in our county, in our state, nation, world right now. It's just a little bit frustrating. And then the last thing, President Moraldo, that I wanted to talk about before taking questions and going wherever the board wants to go, It's just that a note that we do continue to talk and problem solve issues related to the virus and in-person teaching with all of our labor unions. Well, we have all observed the recent increase in COVID cases in our district. We want to continue in this planning. And the message that I'm trying to communicate to everybody is we need to continue to plan and prepare. I am an eternal optimist. There will be a time when we will agree that we need and can bring these students back in, whether it be our K1, our 2-3, small pods of secondary students. And we need to have a plan in place for when that time is appropriate. And so we need to get an agreement, a memorandum of understanding with some of our labor unions so that we will be ready, because that will spell out the process for us. And I actually look forward to an agreement that gives us a metric that we can all look at and monitor together and know that when the numbers get to a certain place, that will trigger the time for the transition to happen. And I just want the system, and the system needs to be ready when that can happen. And so that work must continue and is continuing. And I am so grateful to everybody. So many staff have spent so much time at the bargaining table, and my team, I have tremendous gratitude for, but I also do for the other labor groups that have, their members are, coming and spending hours with us as well. So I do appreciate that. But it's a challenge, and we're going to continue, and we're going to have a plan in place, because I remain committed to what the board tasked of me back on July 30th, and is continuing to talk about. And anybody who's been watching this space for the last few months knows that we have a strong desire to serve the students in person that we can. And so I just want to reassure everybody that that work continues forward. Nobody is wavering in wanting to do it. It's just challenging work. And it's so much of what we're talking about is so unique and different from what we have historically discussed in these labor talks, that I think that's in part, I find it a bit maddening at times, but I do understand. President Moraldo, those are kind of the big things that we're working on right now. Of course, on the academic side, we continue to push and refine and support teachers and students to the best of our abilities in this remote setting, and plan and prepare for a world that is more, has a hybrid option in it as well.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, we're going to move to public comment. I do want to clarify again that this is public comment for the general operations of the district. So if your public comment is in regards to the resolution about that's the next item, because I know the superintendent started to talk about the negotiations. So that would be the next topic if you wanted to speak to that. I want to save that for that time. Again, so this is any public comments regarding items related to school operations during COVID. So again, we'll go to 2 minutes each. Please give your name, the attendance area of like a school that your student goes to, or a high school near you if you're a community member with no children in school. That would be helpful. And I'm going to start with Dorona Burkholder. And were you able to unmute, Dorona?
Yes.
I can hear you. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Dorona Burkholder, IEA president and former 4th grade teacher at Sunny Hills. And I just want to take a few minutes to just thank the superintendent for attending virtual classrooms. I know that when I was at Sunny Hills, I always remembered every fall when my principal would inform the staff that the superintendent was coming to visit the classrooms. I always thought this was an important time and showed the staff and students how much he cared about his community. And so during this crazy time, I really appreciate the superintendent for taking the time to visit these virtual classrooms and continuing to show how much he cares about the learning and the great things that educators and students are doing during these virtual classes. To the board, I really do encourage each of you, if you haven't yet attended any virtual classrooms, to see what is happening at the ground level. I truly believe that will provide you with more insight to what's working, what's not working. And I think even now more than ever, it's important to show the community and staff that you're interested in the learning and learning what great things are happening in the classrooms. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, next I have Stephanie Brown. Okay, you should have received asked. Okay, you're unmuted.
Yes. I am not clear what the resolution is, if this is related to the resolution or about the operations, but I just wanted to give a comment about the impact of the schools being closed for COVID and offer feedback. So I don't know if that's appropriate now or for.
Yes, as long as it's not a statement regarding whether or not we should resume in-person learning for our youngest learners.
Okay, well, I guess
around the resolution and the items in that. So it sounds to me like you just want to give your experience of your student. That would be fine.
Okay. I'm a mom of 4 kids in the Issaquah School District. I currently have a freshman at Liberty High School. I have strong concerns about the excessive screen time my son is experiencing with virtual learning, being online between 40 and 50 hours a week. The constant screen interaction extremely limits crucial time-sensitive social emotional development. I'm just feeling like we can't allow for our kids and our young people's future to be another victim of this disease. And as a priority, I feel like their education needs to be in person in school. I'm wondering why we aren't doing some things outside the box. Like, why aren't we considering putting kids in learning pods of like English or math or science so that we can get them in partially for hybrid in-person school as an option? I'm concerned that our reactions to this pandemic are causing lasting harm to academic, social, and emotional development of an entire generation of kids. And because of this, in-person school must take highest priority in making decisions about living in this pandemic. I want us to prioritize how, not if, we can get them back in school.
Thank you. For those that have also signed up or risen your hand for this segment, any discussion about coming back in person, I would like to save until the next item. Okay, next I have Tiffany Henry. I'll say the name again, Tiffany Henry.
I'm trying, sorry, I didn't start my video. Can I start it now?
Yeah,
okay, oh well, that's okay. I don't have to be on video. Oh, there we go. Perfect, yay, thank you. So I just wanted to sort of give the elementary perspective, I guess.
Where you are located? So
I'm sorry, I'm a teacher, I'm a 3rd grade teacher at Apollo Elementary. And one of the things that I am talking about, I guess I've heard a lot about the high school experience of virtual learning. And I guess I'm a little concerned that we haven't heard from the elementary ASB perspective of virtual learning. I know a lot of my students are starting to, quite frankly, disengage as well. I see a lot less cameras. I see a lot less interactions on, I guess, on an in-screen level. And I know a lot of concern has been expressed for that engagement, that social engagement from a variety of people. And I don't want to say that cameras ought to be required, but I guess my question would be from an attendance perspective, if we're saying that they are in person, online from an attendance perspective, for lack of a better term, I see the whites of their eyes on a daily basis, but they're not turning in work, and they're not engaging on an academic level. How are we addressing that? I know we have tier 1 and tier 2, but there's been some confusion on how that's being addressed. Quite frankly, there's a lot of crossover. And as a teacher, I am very concerned about their social emotional engagement and about their mental health and wellness, but I also have to be concerned about their academics. And if I'm not seeing their work turned in, then I have very little to grade, quite frankly. And this is not a plug for in-person or not in-person. It's just something for the board to consider as another perspective.
Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Next, I have Mr. Gorski again. And I've sent the ask to unmute. Great, thank you.
Thank you once again. I just want to address and appreciate Superintendent for referencing my comments from earlier. I do appreciate that. So it shows me that I was being listened to. That was great. I do want to just make one note is I have been working with the Skyline football team, and I've read all the state guidelines, the county guidelines, the WIAA guidelines, yada, yada, yada guidelines. And we've built out protocols that we can comply with the city of Issaquah, Parks and Rec, so that we actually have our players out and executing workouts. So it is possible to do something. I agree the guidelines are all over the board, but I guess my request to the Issaquah School District and yourself, Superintendent, is can we be more of a leader of school districts versus waiting to see what other school districts are doing? As I think the other teachers and parents have noted, our kids are in pain, right? They need to get out. There is a way to do it. We can evaluate the guidelines and we can do it in a very safe manner and execute it. So we've shown that we can do it. We have the protocols. If there's anything we can help with from a Skyline High School perspective of what we've done, we've passed our protocols to other teams and other high schools, just let us know. We need to get our kids out and about and get them out of their caged rooms and houses. So thank you once again. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Then I have Nate Perea. Oh, I keep forgetting I have to. Okay, you should be able to unmute. Oh, you are in.
Hey, Marnie, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to make a comment in regard to the joining of breakout sessions and echo, the sentiment, Superintendent Thiele. It is very great that you're joining those sessions. And of course, I would encourage the board and everyone else to do that as well. And while I'm sure that in those breakout sessions and some of the creativity that's going on in the classroom, there's been pleasant moments or some fun activities and things like that, I do want to paint a realistic picture of the feedback that I'm getting from my children about breakout sessions specifically. And I've seen long conversations on social media specifically about breakout sessions, that the kids get sent to these, they break out, there's no instruction, there's no one in the breakout session who's there to keep it moving and facilitate. We're talking about kids sometimes in 3rd, 4th grade, even middle school and high school, where they're not yet equipped to be the one that can facilitate a group discussion oftentimes in person, let alone in a breakout session. So while yes, it's great, we've got some things that maybe happen and by all means, please, all of you join some breakout sessions if you can to see what's happening there. But I want us to leave with a realistic picture about this, where I hear constantly from my kids coming out of breakout sessions in the middle of class, leaving and saying, everybody left, everybody dropped out of the breakout session. No one's talking. Nobody wants to do anything. I'm the one who's ended up taking all the notes or doing the work. So let's be realistic about this, in that the breakout sessions are just, they're not all that was just painted by the first commenter here. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next I have Whitney Gardner. Okay, I think I asked to unmute. There you go. We still can't hear you though, even though you show up as unmuted, but I can't hear you. Yeah, I don't know if it's your personal computer, if the mic's not picking you up or what it is. So, but Ms. Gardner, feel free to send an email to the board. You can email us at schoolboard@issaquah.wednet.edu. And we have been reading all of the emails that we've been receiving as well. So I'm sorry that that did not work for you. Next on the list is Christy Bennett. And you should be unmuted.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
I would just like to introduce myself, Christy Bennett. I am a teacher, science teacher at Skyline High School. I also live near Skyline High School and Pine Lake Middle School. I would again like to thank Superintendent Thiele for joining classrooms to see what it's like for our staff and students. And I would like to extend the invitation to the school board members, as well as anyone from administration. You're welcome to join my classes anytime, learn a little bit about astronomy or physics. One of the things that I would like to focus on, which I think is a major concern for everybody here at the meeting, is the health and well-being of our students, especially in terms of social emotional work. High school has a considerably heavy lift this year trying to do SEL curriculum without an adopted curriculum to lean on. And so I would just kind of like to encourage us to begin conversations about how to use resources across the high schools and at a district level to try to make sure we're supporting our students with the topics that are most helpful to them in these times. They're going through a lot of different situations all at the same time. 2020 has brought a lot of things on our high school students, and the SEL experience is not the same at all three of our comprehensive high schools. And so I'd like to really encourage us to focus on that, because we all want our students to be in as good a place as they can be in terms of social emotional learning. And it's one of the places I'm having the most success building relationships with students. I'm able to get them to talk and turn their cameras on and unmute more frequently. So I would like to see that be something that is true for students across the district, with some help, maybe bridging the gaps between those. Leveraging ASB. I know our ASB has been wonderful in helping reach out to students. Hearing the students earlier today from Issaquah High School talking about, that community building aspect. I think we have a really great opportunity to leverage that SEL time as we continue the school year. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know that Director Moore has attended some classes. So she spent 2 days at school. So we appreciate that. And I think as our times open up, we will each try to get some time in your classrooms. Next, I have Kaylee Byrne, I'm sorry. Kaylee, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Great.
Thank you. I am Kaylee Byrne, and I teach math at Issaquah Middle School. I want to echo a lot of what Christy said. That's what I'm hearing as well from the middle school perspective. We are wanting to use that SEL time as best we can to connect with kids, and it would be great to have some take advantage of some of the staff that has been working really hard on that and having success. I also want to thank Superintendent Thiele and Rich Mellish, because I really appreciate that they have been trying to be in classrooms and see what's going on. I am gonna be sending one of you an email about hopefully coming to mine soon. What I really want to talk about though is that right now teachers are doing so much. We need more support. We are getting creative, and we are embracing this opportunity to really revolutionize education. Unfortunately, we're hitting a lot of speed bumps that are really almost demoralizing. Like it's very frustrating and upsetting. A couple of things that I think would be good to think about if we do end up staying remote would be limiting preps for teachers, maybe working some ways around not having as many preps that we have to do, especially with secondary. The amount of time it takes to make one lesson, and I teach 2 lessons a day, it takes about 3 hours to make a lesson. It's just not realistic. And we're not getting compensated for that. And I understand we're in a very tough situation, but financially, but we're asking a lot of our teachers right now already. And I want the board to understand that like we are willing to be creative, but I am willing to be creative. I'm not going to speak for everybody. But I also would like to be recognized for the work that I'm doing. So that's it.
Thank you. Next on the list, I have Carrie Kiefer.
There we go.
Okay, you are unmuted.
Hi there. I just wanted really quickly, I've got 2 quick things. First, I wanted to address the email that was sent, I'm assuming maybe just to high school parents, I'm not sure, but about the uptick in suicides recently here in King County. It is so frightening and the numbers are staggering. And I think we as parents, the email it's good to be notified. And the idea though of we're gonna help our kids through this with yet more virtual online social emotional learning is just not realistic. I think we as a community need to figure out what we're going to do about this. I think we all know what this is stemming from, and to pretend like it's not stemming from the lack of socialization is just a little bit crazy. So I think that as a community, we really need to worry and not just talk about, but act on what we're going to do about these suicide numbers. And secondly, I wanted to really quickly address something that Dr. Mellish said earlier in the pre-meeting about SATs and things like that. And I just really quickly wanted to mention that kind of this mentality of like, oh, we're all in the same boat and this is happening to everybody just is not accurate anymore. I would say well over 50% of this country is in school right now. So to say that, oh, well, these colleges aren't looking for SAT scores anymore and they're test optional and all that. Yes, there are quite a few that are test optional, but let's please realize that there are many, many, many schools out there who are still requiring all of these test scores and grades. And to just flippantly say, well, they're not going to look at test scores from the spring or whatever, it's just not realistic. So those are just 2 quick things that I wanted to mention that didn't have anything to do with going back in the building.
That is exactly what I was the kind of data we were looking for. Thank you, Ms. Kiefer. Next, we have Paul McCrary. And you should be unmuted.
Hi, I'm Paul McCrary. I teach at Skyline. This is my 23rd year teaching. I came here 4 years ago from New Jersey, where I taught at a top 5 high school there. I'm a graduate of Johns Hopkins University and Rutgers Camden. So I have a background in education. I've taught everything from AP US history to resource room English. Mr. Prey made a great point about breakout rooms. One of the problems is we can't make them turn their cameras on. My students go to Maplewood Heights and Renton. Their teachers can make them turn their cameras on. That's an issue. There's a direct correlation between my kids who are failing and kids who don't turn their cameras on. If you would let us make them turn their cameras on, distance learning would be much more effective. As of now, we can't, so the kids who want to opt out, opt out. And that's a problem. The kids with their cameras on are the kids who get A's and B's. the kids with them off are the kids that were struggling in person. And letting them opt out really isn't making this effective. So I urge you to try and figure a way out where we can at least make their parents sign off that they can opt out. So their parents have to agree that they can opt out, rather than letting a 15-year-old decide when he opts out. Thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you. Appreciate that input. Tiffany Henry, did we not get you before? I'm not sure. I don't think we did we? Oh, we did talk to you before.
No, we did.
Okay.
Do you want me to save it for later, or I can not?
Yes, at this point, because you've had your 2 minutes.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was just adding on.
Next, I have Graham Tilley. Graham Tilley.
Oh, shoot.
I can hear you, but not see you. So Stephen, I don't know if there's a way to.
I don't know why it's not doing it. And I'm actually, this is Melissa Tilley, but.
Okay. Go ahead, Melissa.
Okay. Well, first I want to just really thank Mr. McCreary for what he just said. My daughter is, goes to PCMS and is in 7th grade. It's a crucial time in her life. And yes, most of the time, my husband and I both work full time. I do, unfortunate, where I can work from home. That doesn't mean even before this, I wouldn't have my kids at home with me while I'm working. So, but I would need to sit and monitor her all day long if I wanted her to properly participate. And she is definitely struggling. So I just appreciated that perspective. I think that would make a huge difference. And I wish I could show my video. I'm sorry. So the other thing is, I just wanted to say that or pose a question, is that when you're looking at the numbers of cases rising, are you looking at the numbers related to kids who are in school? Because if you took that into perspective in terms of when you're determining whether we can even have kids just meet outside for sports, I think that would be really helpful. And then also I just, besides, yes, like my child not getting work done, I do have a son in 4th grade. We've set up a pod where now we are paying another teacher to monitor his work and work with him and a few other boys. So like the other teacher was talking about support, maybe something comes up like that, but it's also ridiculous that now I'm paying and may even have to consider pulling my kids out of the school district so that they don't suffer anymore emotionally, socially, and academically. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Sorry, we couldn't get your video.
I'm sorry too. Thank you.
Camille Wright. And I've sent the ask unmute.
Thank you. My name is Camille Wright, and I am a teacher at Maywood Middle School. I teach 8th grade math and 7th and 8th grade cooking. And I have just a couple of things that I wanted to address. First of all, I wanted to ask, I know that Mr. Thaley discussed that there would be a survey out to the high school about the schedule and looking at changing any of the high school schedule. Will there be something that will be sent out for the middle school? Currently, the middle school is doing 3 classes a day, 2 hours a day. And quite honestly, some of us are going almost those 2 hours every 3 class periods. And so that's a lot of screen time. However, even though there's a lot of screen time there, we're still not able to have enough time every other day to get to the curriculum that we need to get to with regard to my math curriculum that I need to teach my students at the middle school level. So that's my first thing. The second thing is, I agree with Mr. McCrary with regard to teaching, that if we require our kids to turn their screens on, that we will be able to be more effective with regard to making sure that our kids are staying engaged and are on top of their learning and that they're participating and they'll participate more. Along with that, I've given my kids a survey a couple times about why they don't turn their screens on. And they quite frankly said they don't want to be on the video that they know is being recorded for the day. And so my other question would be, why can't we do pre-recorded videos and then have them on our Canvas website so that kids can watch these better made recordings of our curriculum that we have, and there's no need for any students to be on them. And then we can do more engaged discussion while we're in class. And I think that will also allow students to feel more comfortable with turning their videos on.
Great. Your 2 minutes is up.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. I have 5 minutes remaining for public input, so I will take the next two. Cami Kress, you'll be next. And I do not know what happened to Cami. So we'll move on. Sebastian Lindman.
Hello.
Mr. Lindman, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Ryan Lindeman. I have a son at Issaquah Valley Elementary. I'd like to first off thank the teachers and their support staff. I'd also like to thank Superintendent Tilly for acknowledging some data and the cases within ISD. I'd just like to say, how about we use our energy to actually make plans for online learning to get better instead of holding on to the what ifs right now. We see all these cases going up. The data's been going up. I've been watching every one of these meetings every time. Follow this case count. It's going up. We're not going to get out of this anytime soon. My son actually has an amazing time with his teacher. He is a kindergartner. She sits down and acknowledges every day with the students and emotionally connects to them at the beginning of the day, asks them how they're feeling, builds a relationship, and then moves on to lessons that are of value to all kids this age. We're kind of in this for the long haul. I hate seeing everybody so divided. I do see the point that people want their kids back in school. That makes sense. I think, as we know it, COVID is not going away anytime soon. We are potentially looking at new restrictions or lockdowns. We should all kind of try to use this time to revolutionize education, if you will. I know in college and many other major institutions across this country, distance learning is part of that. For the high schoolers, I do feel for them, but I see that they might have a leg up when they hit the real world and, college education. It's clear to me that everybody's trying very hard here, and I want to continue to see everybody try, but we need to realistically focus our efforts. I know our means are not limitless. We do have budget constraints and whatnot, and we do want kids in school, but we need to try to focus on what's at hand right now and come back to these issues. But my son and a lot of the other kids I see every day seem to really be handling this well. And no, it's not ideal, but we should make the best of it. I want to thank, again, the teachers and even you board members for doing the work you're doing, and the advisors and whatnot. Thank you.
Thank you. So the last person I will take on this one will be Lisa Lecoq. There, and I sent the ask to unmute.
Thank you. I agree that we need to get back. I'm a teacher, first grade at Maple Hill.
So is this in regards to the resolution, or is this in regards to operations of during COVID?
Both.
Okay, so if it's about the resolution, then we'll say that for the next one, and I'll go for one more other person. Next, I have Doris Wang.
Hello. I am Doris Wong. I am a student at Issaquah High School and also a part of the exec board. So I guess we couldn't really fit this in the student input, so that's why I am here. We have been very concerned with mental health of student body, especially because a lot of our peers have been reflecting back to us that they are very unmotivated every day going to class, and it's very exhausting staring at the screen every day. Unfortunately, I cannot relate to the parents who have children in elementary school that have said that their teachers are very engaging. I have not experienced that. My teachers have not been very engaging, and I've been very bored in class. And but I think having teachers send out motivational messages to students is very important, and just giving them a boost and encouragement is very nice. I've had some teachers say, hey, if you need help, like, come on in, and just motivational message like, you got this, is really nice. And I think any teachers, any staff, like even a little message from the board to students would be very nice and encouraging in this time. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, with that, we've spent our 30 minutes on public input. So I wanted to now provide time for the board to ask questions or make comments regarding the current operations of our schools during COVID. Or even our student representative. I'm not seeing any hands raised. Director Mullins.
Hi, I have a few. I was just trying to flip back to see what were the most most relevant. So let me clear one that I think is easy and just make sure I understand where we're at. And that is on the reporting of existing cases within COVID-19 cases within a district. I think one of the things that you said, Superintendent, that I think is really important is about, given the limited number of people in the buildings, the privacy concern about release of detailed information about what's going on in the school. So I just want to make sure, I want to understand, I guess, a bit more about the who gets notified of what. And I guess what I heard from that was it's a need to know notification. So I want to confirm that that's right. I'm hearing that correctly. So on a need to know basis, and then maybe an example of who might need to know. Not of a real one, but like give me an example of who might need to know.
Do you want me to answer, Ron?
Yeah, Lisa, you're going to know it better than I am. So that way you won't have to correct me after I make a misstatement.
Sure. So as we are doing, let's say that we are made aware that there is a positive COVID-19 case, either because there has been a test result or somebody is symptomatic. And has then subsequently gone and gotten testing. So as we start into the case investigation, we talk with the individual who has those test results about who then is a close contact, and we focus on them first. So a close contact is going to be somebody who has been within 6 feet of that person for greater than 15 minutes over a 24-hour period. And because some of what we have found in doing those investigations is that we aren't that great at telling distance or time. We have also expanded that then to just asking the question of, okay, who have you been in touch with? Like throughout your workday in our facility, who have you actually just talked to, even if it was just in passing? We also then talk through like where the person was in the building, what rooms might have been affected. If they are a teacher who might be with students right now, then it's finding out who was in their roster on that day. Did we have to move that classroom because of the time frame of the day that it might have occurred in? So need to know then is specific to those close contacts and the individuals, and we really do work in rings out. We have had a couple of schools that have provided notification to their staff, either because the timing of the case was then such that they were having a staff meeting the next day, and could share because 3 other teachers had come into the building, let's say, and were inquiring about the staff member and having to correct even just some of that behavior, although very nice, that we have to be careful about some of that identification. So it's predominantly around close contacts. And then is there anybody else out of an abundance of caution that we need to notify? And then at least 3 of our collective bargaining agreements say that we are to notify the union presidents within 24 hours of a confirmed case. So we do that as well. And at that point, I usually am also looping in then the custodial maintenance to make sure that they know, as well as then the appropriate executive ed director as we work through it.
That's really helpful. And I spend a little time on that because I would just say that's a point of interest to people, and being super clear about what it is that occurs and for what reasons, I think is super important. Can I go to my next one?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So my next one is, maybe I was having a little volume trouble in the very beginning. So I just want to make sure I'm following on the athletics use of fields piece. So I understand the concept of small group training and training conditioning type activities, which is great. I guess what I was not tracking on is sort of and maybe this is my theme for the night. I feel like we need to be clear on what is our planning process and then what is our execution process. And I worry that sometimes those get blurred. So for this 5 student pod concept, is the pause on creating the plan to get to how we do it, or on executing the process? And if I could understand a bit more about I think I heard the word pause, where we are in that piece.
Yeah, I can speak to that, Sydney. It is the latter. The plan was pretty much in place. We had been communicating with coaches, and coaches would not be required to do this. It would be voluntary if this is what they wanted to do, nor would athletes be required to do it. Obviously, it would be a voluntary activity. And so we, and Executive Director Hood, as I said, was working with principals, coaches, ADs. So the plan, as I understand it, was pretty much in place. We were moving towards the coaches would be in a place where they could do their formation of pods. The challenge was it's the last 5-6 days have been really tough. As the numbers come out, people started to get nervous about it again. And so that was what was behind the pause. And if Donna is still here, and if I'm saying something wrong, please correct me, or if I need to, I'll circle back to the board. But my understanding was the plan for the athletic side, the conditioning and the trainings, we were pretty much there. I think we were getting, I don't know exactly what our start date was going to be, but it was coming up rapidly. And so, and I know that this, it's interesting because we're always talking with our neighbors, and I have to tell you, if you go to some of their websites and some of the places that we're being told have opened things up, not according to the people who are running the school district, that's not the case. So I don't know where that disconnect is happening, but we were all moving there. And I believe Mercer Island actually brought in some students last week of the training and conditioning. As I mentioned, Bellevue had been doing this for a while. I believe Snoqualmie Valleys is planned for next week, assuming they continue to move forward with that plan. And as I said, a number of us, as we've been talking and looking at this, we were starting to hear from some folks saying, I know we talked about this a few days ago and I said I wanted to do it. Now I'm having second thoughts. That started to be some of the conversation that we heard. And we frankly heard back from some of the coaches, is my understanding, thanking us for hitting the pause button right now, because they were not feeling as comfortable as they were even a week ago. So, but I think the plan is pretty much in place, Director Mullings. It's just when we hit the go button on it.
So I'll finish that one. I have one last piece of that. So it would be great to actually see the plan. That would be great to see the specifics laid out. And then I guess lastly, and how does that impact activities? So not just athletics, but the rest of the activities.
Yeah, and I don't know exactly where they were with activities, because I know that Donna was working most recently with our athletic directors. And I don't know where we're at with our activities coordinators, because each of our schools have activities coordinators as well. I know the clubs have been meeting virtually, a number of clubs have, but transitioning from a virtual meeting into an in-person meeting. Oh, and I see Donna has.
Yeah, I couldn't unmute, Ron. Sorry, I was trying to let you know I was here. Yes, so a couple of things. KingCo has grown this year, so I continue to meet with them every week. And for those folks who maybe don't know, we added the Highline School District and the Renton School District into KingCo this year. So we've been communicating nonstop about this, and several of those districts, Highline, North Shore, Renton, Lake Washington, have all pressed pause on the execution part. Director Mullings. So they're not bringing students in either. Lake Washington was really on the same timeline. We're so close and we have such a nice relationship with them that I collaborate with them probably the most closely of all of the KingCo districts. And we're aiming for the same announcement date and the same start date, or as close as we could get to each other. And really that Friday afternoon when we saw the case counts hit the 170s, that's when we really started to wonder, maybe we hold off for just a second. But as Superintendent Thiele was mentioning, we have surveyed all the coaches. We had approximately 42 yes responses of 66 total responses. Not exactly the same numbers of available coaches across the buildings, which is a small concern. So I'm pondering that. And we had about 14 maybes and 7 no's roughly. And some coaches, again, changing their answers as they also were watching the numbers go up. So that's something we've asked the ADs to continue to monitor and track. And in the meantime, we took the plans that they had built and we met with Assistant Superintendent Hechtman, because part of the whole idea is to make sure they align with the district COVID mitigation. And she reviewed those with us and gave us a lot of her time and really helped us to make it better than the first draft was. So it is ready to go. And we are going to train the coaches now just to have that readiness so that, when we get to the place where we can move, we move. They were working on facility rentals as well. And so, or excuse me, not reservations. We don't rent from ourselves, but reservations and getting all the ducks in a row. And I also personally heard from a coach who just really wanted to make sure his regular coaching gig would not be impacted by whether or not he chose to participate now. So that was something, we clarified. This is still our out of season, optional summertime, if you will, even though it doesn't feel like summer. WIAA is also meeting this month to review their season adjustments that they had made. So season 2 is still slated to start on December 28th. However, they asked us for input. They asked KingCo for input, and I'm really proud of the work the ADs did. They put together some really nice ideas for me to submit to KingCo and through them to the WIAA that I think were very realistic and practical. So we'll have to see how much, credibility they give that and how much time they spend with our suggestions. But the KingCo folks liked them so much. They're like, yeah, let's just all kind of put our names behind this. I think our ADs did a lovely job with it. So that has been compiled and sent in. And I believe they're meeting next on the 17th to apply their decision-making strategy and really look at any adjustments they might want to make. So that's kind of where we're at. But Highline, North Shore, Renton, and Lake Washington have all just said, we're going to hold on the actual physical execution of bringing the kids to the site. But like Lake Washington, we are continuing to plan and prepare.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yes. Dr. Gallinger.
On Sydney's question, so For the planning and preparing, does that mean that students and families have been made aware of this and they've been organized into pods?
No, our announcement was going to go out this week, and no, we have not formally told anyone because we hit pause on the actual start date of bringing kids back in. However, I want to remind everybody, we opened our athletics registration way back in August, and we're very careful to tell people we didn't know when we could start, but we wanted to give them lots of time to get their registrations in and to take care of all of that. We just didn't collect any of the fees, not knowing how things would go. So really, families in many ways are ready, if you will. The paperwork has been open and could have been completed since August. And we've had very typical numbers. I actually pulled the numbers out of final forms. Each of our buildings looks pretty average in terms of how many people have registered. So I didn't feel like I needed to go reminding anyone. They kind of took care of it as they normally do every fall.
So I guess I don't understand why we don't complete the next step of planning, because that's still going to take a long time to do, to organize students and families into these things, and also to identify volunteer coaches for the buildings that don't have them. So both of those things I see as barriers to sitting really plug and play. And I don't think that we should, like, this is the time we should be doing that, not waiting.
Yeah, I don't think our coaches will need a lot of time to organize their rosters into pods. I'm not anticipating that would take very long to do.
I guess I would say that nothing so far that the district has presented to us has ever been short. So I would say this is the time to plan and do that, because there's no harm in that.
A good point. We'll just, I mean, I see no reason why we wouldn't go forward.
And my second part is why do our athletic facilities continue to be closed, like the fields? I don't understand that. Those are community paid for, funded facilities. So I'm unclear. In a normal time period, you can actually get through a gate. So I'm still unclear why they're closed right now.
You know, Harlan, I think part of what the concern that I've heard is, and why, you know, it is interesting, because to my knowledge, very few fields are open. I'm not saying people aren't using fields. I'm saying that it's not sanctioned by the school district, that they're leasing the fields out to clubs and the like. And I think part of it is the concern is you open the gates, and what do you do if your field gets full of people who are not practicing appropriate mitigation efforts? You know, we don't typically supervise our, you know, when in normal times, when a soccer club or a lacrosse club comes on our fields in the evening, we're not there supervising that. And they do a rental agreement with us. But I think one of the concerns was, will people follow the appropriate mitigation? And if we're allowing the rentals to happen, then what responsibility do we have to ensure that they do that? I think that's been one of the concerns that, as I recall from the conversations that we've had with staff, because I've asked staff, and I think you know this, to look into it, because I keep hearing that, well, this field's open here, and then you reach out to that school district and you find out, well, no, actually it's not.
So then I guess I would say, then what are we doing to contribute to the problem? So when I have to go pick up my child out of one of hundreds of children at Central Park last night, because they're all having to go to the single lighted turf field in Issaquah, like, so are we contributing to the problem by shoving all of them into one space? I just don't think we're really thinking about it broadly and being a good partner for what we're doing to be a solution maker. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, and that point about pushing everybody onto the same field, I don't like either. I mean,
that's what we're doing by closing our spaces. You're saying, okay, so it's not safe to practice on Issaquah fields, but we're all going to send our kids to one field. That doesn't make sense. And that's the message that the district is sending.
Well, I certainly made a note, even from when the parents spoke earlier, Director Gallinger, because I know this issue has come up repeatedly, and I've frankly not felt like I've had a good answer. And I know I've asked staff to look into kind of what are the issues and what are neighboring districts doing. So I'll commit to going back to that issue. And, you know, what I'm hearing, and I'm not hearing objections, and I'm seeing head nodding from other board members and the like, is a desire to make that happen. And so
in the same way, when we've heard like the Issaquah Community Center wants to get some basketball going, I think that we should support that by letting them spread out all across our 25 buildings, not trying to shove them all into one space. This is where we can be a good partner in all of our empty spaces so they can truly spread out. That's the part I think that we could be doing to support our community.
Fair point. And I do know we've had some conversations, I don't know where those are at, with Issaquah Parks and Rec related to basketball as well. I know there were some concerns about our ability to keep these facilities cleaned. And we remember, we do use most of these facilities for childcare, and about a third of them are being used to actually teach students in person, our students with special needs. So I know there was some concern about our ability to keep the schools cleaned in a way that the staff and everybody is expecting. But I don't know in terms of the gym use and the other use too. And I know we charge, and I'm assuming part of that charging is for custodial time.
Right, and maybe it's gonna have to be more, and maybe you're gonna have to do more cleaning. And I think that the leagues would probably be willing to understand that and pay that. And I'm not even advocating for basketball. I know we have a board member who's a big basketball family. But,
Sydney will.
I just think that we need to think more broadly about what are we truly doing? Are we really a barrier in our community, or are we not? And I really feel like that's the bigger picture we need to step back and look at, because there's things we can be doing to support our community and to do things to be able to mitigate risk. Like, we have the ability to do that, so we should use that privilege and do that.
Okay. Before we go on, I see a lot of blue hands on the side under the participants. We are no longer taking any input to this item, agenda item. So if you could please lower your hand so I don't feel bad lowering it for you. So Josh, were you going to respond to Dr. Gallinger's comment?
I was just going to chime in and say that we've been meeting about every 3 weeks with the city of Issaquah. They've put out some preliminary signups for basketball and talk of use with our gyms for a K-5 basketball league to start in January. And we continue to meet and monitor the situation. They're great partners, and those conversations are ongoing.
And just one last thing too, Director Gallinger, our ADs are submitting volunteer coach names and getting them cleared in HR now. So that part is happening also.
Thank you.
And
okay, I have a couple questions, but I'm going to finish along with this one. And I guess my question is, I hear you all saying the numbers went up, we're pausing. What will allow you to unpause this? I mean, I see the decision tree says high, greater than 75. You can have groups of 6 or fewer students. It doesn't have an upper bound. So where will we get back to I mean, I'm not asking you when, but what will be the point at which you would allow us to go back? And then to take that further and be talking about, okay, well, Issaquah Parks and Rec are holding soccer or whatever they're doing on the field or basketball. Well, they're living under rules that allow them to do that, but yet we still can't. So I feel like we should be getting our kids in there first and using these spaces in these small groups.
Well,
Go ahead, Donna.
Yeah, this is a question that we have talked a lot about in KINCO. I mean, I think that what's tough is the upper bound as set by the decision tree was 75 with this small carve out. The North Puget Sound League has determined at 100, they will just cancel all of their activities, all extracurriculars, and they have not opened things up yet because they haven't hit that. So they have sort of set themselves an upper threshold, which is interesting. That has Federal Way and Auburn in it, for example. And that is certainly something that we could talk about with our neighbor districts. I'm not sure, Superintendent Thiele, what else you'd like to add there I think that is an outstanding question for some folks. I know Mercer Island is curious about that too and concerned.
Yeah, I think Director Moore touches on something good, and that is the idea of what is that upper number? And Ann, given that we just made that decision one working day ago, I haven't wrapped my head much more around, okay, so when are we comfortable? And maybe it isn't really, maybe there isn't a magic number. Maybe we just needed to reassess and say, well, are we comfortable at the current number? I mean, unfortunately, the current number as of this morning is 212 in the county and over 100 in our district. So those are big numbers. And I don't know, we haven't really had that conversation yet.
Right. But are there any upper bounds that organizations like Issaquah Parks and Rec have to live under? So clearly they're still operating and they
not that I'm aware of.
Then I'll go back to, we should be able to have protocols in place for these small groups, just like the decision tree says, when it's even up to and over greater than 75 cases. Mm-hmm. So I would still push for us to be figuring out how we can be doing this and what impact. This has all been around athletics and activities, but what about the academic supports where we have a number of kids and more kids than usual getting D's and F's who need to be getting academic support, even in these small groups of 6 or fewer students? We need to be working on getting those kids in to get the supports they need so that they can be successful in the rest of their class.
Yeah, we don't disagree, Director Moore. I will tell you, I had a conversation with our IEA leadership today, and we have intentionally been focusing on our K-3 return. That has been the focus of the work we've been doing with them. In order to bring students in to work with teachers in the small groups, that is something that we have to negotiate that would likely be part of a larger MOU. And we have just chosen to make the priority of our bargain up to this point to be our K-3. But I did float this idea. We have now discussed the idea. And it's something that we need to, it's different because our coaches aren't under the same labor contract. So we have a little bit more flexibility there. But when we talk about academic intervention and support, and I would say, even if we were going to use paraprofessionals and the like, I'm not sure exactly if their MOU is in a place where we could do that now. So there's a little difference between the activities and the athletics than the academic support side of it.
But following up on what Ann is saying is that I think it really should be not only what the threshold is, because it should be set so the community and everyone knows, but it should be, will this activity put those participants at risk for catching COVID, number one, and number two, will it contribute to increased community transmission? And if either of those answers is yes, then I think that a pause is totally appropriate. But if both of those answers is no, then I would beg the question on then why? Because we already know what the risk is of not doing it. We already know what the impact to kids is. We already know how many students have killed themselves in King County last month. So the question is if it doesn't contribute to risk, and if it doesn't contribute to spread, then the number probably is not relevant.
I think those are seminal questions. I don't know that we have agreement on the answers to those, Dr. Gallinger. I think that's part of the issue right now is, I'm of the belief, based on what I've been learning, and I've been trying to learn as much as I possibly can, that activities done, and I always have to remind people of this. So when I talk about this, I am talking about a group of 5 students. I'm talking about a coach or an advisor that would have a mask on and they would be doing all of the appropriate mitigations. And from what I'm learning and it's true too of our youngest learners in kindergarten through 3rd grade, is that when you do all these mitigations, you actually don't, to answer your question, it doesn't lead to an increase in the spread in the community. And so I think it's a matter of, and I've said this before in this setting, part of the problem is when we have these spikes, I want to be careful how I say this, but it creates a perception in people. And, you know, I was home for some time yesterday, and if you listen to the radio news, or if you're like me and you go online and you read the Seattle Times, or if you have other national newspapers that you read, or if you watch television news, right now, it's all bad news about the virus. Just and whether or not, and we know we have to look more granularly at our own community and what's happening here, but I do think it just makes it more challenging, which is why I think some of those coaches probably said, I'm having second thoughts now. Much like we learned even with our parent survey of return, when the numbers went up, we started having people contact our principals and say, I know I said I wanted to be in person, but now I've changed my mind. And so I think we do battle public perception with some of this as well. And frankly, the pause in my mind was, we need to reassess and address some of the questions you've asked and Director Moore has raised. And it may be that we would determine, okay, we think we can still go forward and do this. I don't know if people would agree with us. And again, it hasn't helped given watching our numbers go up the way they have the last 6 or 7 days in particular. So,
but it's voluntary, right? I mean, it's not about, you're not mandating something, you're giving someone the opportunity. That's a very different thing.
Yeah, that's true. I don't get me wrong. I want to provide this opportunity for our students. I really do. I want my coaches and my teams, though, to feel like it's safe to do it, that they don't feel pressured into it. And I want families to feel like it's a good thing to do. And it's, here's the thing. If we offer something athletic wise, a lot of times people feel like, oh, my kid's got to participate in that, or they won't get the first chair in the violin, or they won't get the starting left tackle, so that there's this pressure that we do put on families. And so I think we were just trying to acknowledge what was happening in the environment and from what we were starting to hear from people, and took a more cautious approach. But I hear the conversation here tonight. I certainly have heard from our students, and I know as a former student athlete myself, eons ago, it'd be really tough to be 16, 17, 18 years old and not able to do any, to be feeling like you were trapped in your bedroom, which is why the team has been working on it. And I appreciate the efforts, but I hear what folks are saying here tonight, and we need to double down those efforts and try to make it happen and in a way that people, feel good about it as well, and not forced into anything.
Director Mullings, and then
yeah,
are you not done, Ann?
No, I was going to say, make sure you notice that Vanessa has her hand.
I do. I was about to say, I was going to call on Sydney's had her hand up for a while, and then I was going to call on Vanessa.
Awesome.
Yeah. So this part of the discussion is, I have to be honest, where I'm deeply frustrated. I am deeply frustrated at our inability to separate plan from execution. And we have continuously allowed our fear, our obsession with the current numbers to keep us from planning. And this is the point that I'm going to stay on from now until we get to a plan on how we return, because it is unbelievable to me that meeting in and meeting out, we continue to have the same fear-based conversation. I understand precautions. I have had family members suffer deep loss from this pandemic. And so I am not insensitive to what's happening. But we as a group, as a collective, have got to come together and come up with a plan. What are our steps? What are our dependencies? And what will trigger decision making? Our continual nature to kick this down the can because of some net new article or some net new piece of research has got to stop today. And I see that this meeting becomes a flashpoint for people to want to get together and want to have their information. And so maybe we need to have this meeting more often because it seems to be the thing that is pressing us forward to get to a plan. So I deeply encourage this entire community to stay focused on a plan that we can come together. What are our criteria? What are our decision-making criteria? What are we asking for? And stay out of this concept of I'm turning on the news or I'm turning on the numbers. We can use those to make the decision to execute, but we've got to move forward. We have got to get out of this point. We have an embarrassment of riches of real estate in this district. We can put many, many people into these buildings at quite a distance today. We can put them on our field, in our buildings, and in our gyms. We've got to figure out how to do that, and we've got to figure out how to do it now. I cannot get over the fact that we keep saying, well, our number goes up. Yes, they're going to go up and they're going to come down. Will we be ready when they do? Either of those things. That is the decision of today. So I don't know if we need to have this meeting over and over again, but I am encouraged, at least tonight, we've had less of the emotive discussion and more of the factual, what will it take? But I plan on being conscious of how will we from this moment forward. Again, we have a lot of real estate. We have a lot of room. We have to make a plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Vanessa.
Okay, hi. I just wanted to talk really quickly. I heard a lot of mental health was addressed, and also a lot of sports was addressed. So I heard there's plans to kind of get, sports back in pods. I was wondering if there's so I know I want to make sure that we're including all students, right? Not just students who are athletic. So clubs too. I'm interested about clubs. So like maybe if you're a robotics club, you're maybe you don't do athletics, or maybe if you're in Ultimate Frisbee Club, which is not a sport officially at our school, but it was a club. I'm wondering if there's any plan for those kind of groups to get back into pods too, or is it only sports?
I can address that, President Moraldo. Yeah, no, clubs, exactly, Vanessa. We would love to. We just have to figure out how to do it. We have to work with those club advisors and say, okay, you gave an example of the Frisbee Club. How would you do that? Because you can only have a group of 5, and that group of 5 can't commingle at any time with another group of 5. They have to stay a separate cohort. So, it's one thing to say, I'm going to bring 5 students together and we're literally just going to do conditioning so that we'll be in the appropriate shape. I'm not saying it can't be done. I want to see it get done. We really kind of need to hear from the advisors, like, can a robotics team take 5 students and they just work on this project and a different 5 works on this project? And so I think there's ways to do it. So we have absolutely talked about clubs. We know that, not a large, we have a lot of kids that participate in athletics, but we have a lot that don't as well. And I appreciate, Vanessa, that you said, you care about all the students, not just those that are athletes, those that are in clubs. And I'm sure there are some that aren't in clubs or athletics we need to try to figure out too. I get it. We don't want to leave anybody behind. We just trying to figure it all out along the way. We just haven't been very successful at that yet.
Okay. And I was also wondering, is it possible to create more clubs too? I'm not sure what the status is on right there. It was very vague. We got a very vague answer from our school. So we were wondering, like, especially since now that we're online, I know a lot of clubs have been meeting online too, because some of them can do that. Like maybe if they watch, let's say like anime club, they can watch online together. Is there possibilities for more clubs to be created, or is that limited right now?
I'm going to let Executive Director Hood take this because I know how it works in normal ASB world, but I don't know about COVID world. Do you have to be unmuted,
Oh,
Donna?
I have to do that again.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Dr. Muldrow. We have a plan for how to essentially apply for a new club. The reason, Vanessa, that we didn't just say, yes, anybody can do it. We've had some difficulty getting staff advisors. So that has been a little bit of a challenge we've run into. And we also wanted to make sure that if we had any access issues at the beginning of the year in particular, that we addressed those before clubs were doing any official business. Because we felt if a student wanted to join it or run for office or something and wasn't able to access it as they normally would, then we would actually be creating some inequitable access to clubs and roles within them. So it is very possible to get one approved. You need to create a little bit of a pitch and have a conversation with your activity coordinator, and they're going to work with their admin to make sure that they can handle any access or equity issues that might exist. And there are some new ones that are happening. We're just being really careful to make sure that we haven't set up a situation where kids can't get in.
So what I heard was, yes, Vanessa, you can create new clubs. You just have to go through the process.
Yep, and we kind of had to invent it. So it is new. We're learning it with you, but it's there, and we'll refine it as we go.
Thank you.
Okay, cool. One last thing. Sorry, this is my last thing that I would like to talk about is I just kind of want to go back to the right now. I know we're talking a lot about the future, like what we plan to do in the future, but again, like many parents have said, and the students are really actually struggling right now. And I know there are some things that we can do right now, like especially messages like Doris highlighted earlier. Some messages would be some really nice, I think, at least for students, staff, and parents too, because I know that I feel that a lot of parents too are struggling with their kids. I know that a lot of parents are trying to kind of keep this hold on their kids, and I know even me, sometimes I'm feeling unmotivated to go to school. So I think it's just, I think we just need a little bit more positivity and focus on the now, because I do appreciate that we're focusing on the future for things, how we plan to do things in the future. But I'd honestly kind of like, as a student, I'd kind of like to see some, some of those smaller things kind of happen, at least in the very, very near future, if anything. So that's all I wanted to say.
Great. Thank you. That is why we have the voice of the students here. Thank you. Anne.
I have a little different question. So I was going to go back though and say, if anybody else wanted to continue this conversation, then you could pick me after that. So I don't just.
I was going to say, all I was going to say to this is that, we're looking at creating basically little bubbles and saying, okay, if you're going to be involved in this activity of some sort, who's going to be in your bubble? And we're putting so many restrictions around that, but kids are making their own bubbles. Families are making their own bubbles anyway. And so we're not doing anything. And Sydney, I loved what you said. We have so much real estate. We have so many areas to be able to put people and put students and have them distancing. And I think that when it continues to sit unused, I have issues with that. We continue to make payments on bonds that we're building. We are continuing to build even more buildings while these ones sit open. And I think that it is really becoming hard for me to justify. Why are we doing all of this? Our kids aren't even occupying those spaces safely for a short amount of times with small groups of people in their bubble. And so I think whatever we can do to get kids to have that small bubble. I think each of us have like a small subset of people that maybe we don't live with every single day. You know, I have family that's coming in for a 3-week period and they will be in my bubble. And so what can we do to be able to build that for students so that they have just that face-to-face interaction? So, and Sydney, are you to this or because?
Yes, I just have to finish on this because we've all received email, and I think it's really important about these small bubbles. So I have to talk about that as a transplant. I have to talk about that from some of the email we've received. We have many folks in the district who don't have a bubble. Mm-hmm. It is very lonely for some people who do not have that ability to create some sort of small community. And so we just have to continue. I love the concept of what we can do now, because I think this is a now, by the way, Vanessa. That's where I'm at. This is a now. But we've got people who don't have a bubble, and we have students who don't have that access, even to one other friend. Those are stories we've received in our emails. That's even parents I've talked to in person. So I want to be super sensitive to that we do have to help in some cases folks make even those small, their students make those small connections.
And then we can, I think it would be good for students. Okay, Anna, I'm sorry.
Okay. So I think it's great that we're doing this high school schedule survey, but I've also heard from people about the middle school schedule and some challenges with it. And so will there be a middle school schedule survey similar to that high school one?
Yeah, initially, Ann, there wasn't a plan to do that. I will just tell you. And I think, and I see Josh's camera just came on, in part because we were hearing very little about the middle school survey. I have heard, I would say maybe I've heard 3 or 4 things, and one of them was here tonight. So just not nearly the same level of input on that. If that is a growing concern, I mean, we heard it from Miss Wright, the Maywood teacher earlier. It's not, we're not opposed to doing it. We also weren't about creating work where we didn't need to do work. And based on the small amount of input we were hearing, there just was nothing that was driving us that way. Whereas we were hearing quite a bit on the high school side. We're not opposed to it. The other thing, when we talk about making adjustments, the thinking was you make adjustments at the grading periods, whereas the high school's adjustment period would be at the end of January. You'll have another adjustment for middle school in mid-March. So you could still potentially make an adjustment to a schedule even that late for the middle school. So I don't know, Josh, if you had more to add to that, or.
I guess the only thing I would add is, we got some feedback to start the school year in late August about the high school schedule, but a lot of work had been put into that and using the summertime work groups to put that schedule together. But we made that commitment that we were going to seek feedback once we had a little bit of time in the high school schedule to see if that was something that we needed to alter heading into second semester. We really have received just minimal feedback on the middle school schedule, but getting feedback from parents and students and staff on that is definitely something that we could do. And we are not pressed quite as hard as we were for the high school piece, Superintendent Thiele, like you said, where if we did have to make a change, there'd be work that we would need to do before the end of January to get that done. We do have a little bit of time to do that for the middle school piece, but getting that feedback and seeing if there are tweaks we would need to make to that schedule is something we can definitely do. We just hadn't really gotten much feedback on that.
Okay, well, I had, as Marnie mentioned, I was able to visit 6 classrooms, 1 high school, 2 middle school, and the rest elementary, which was really quite interesting, but it was just a conversation that I had with one of the middle school teachers related to the schedule. And so I just want us to be cognizant of how that schedule is impacting the teaching and learning and the environment for our students at that level. So then my other question had to do with the student engagement survey. Is this going out K-12 and is it going to both students and parents? Or how is it being framed?
Yeah, and Josh or Rich, my understanding is yes, and students and parents, the last discussion we had was about how far down do we expect to go for students? You know, is it appropriate to ask a second grader to take a survey on engagement? And this is it's not the kind of survey that a second grade teacher would write for a student. You know, it's not going to be like, how are you feeling today? Pick this face with a smile or a frown. And so it may be too sophisticated, but it would be appropriate for the parent to take. So Josh or Rich, I'm just trying to ground me again, because we have a lot of discussions about this, but I did view this as more of a K-12 survey, parent, student, and honestly, I can't remember if there was a staff component or not. So I'll let you speak, Rich.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, the parent survey is K-12, asking them, I believe we're going to ask them to fill it out for each student so that we can get it separated out with the different experiences they might be having at different schools. And then the elementary survey would be 3rd through 5th graders completing it. We currently survey 3rd through 5th graders at the end of the year on social, emotional, and exit surveys. So we feel that they could do this one and we'll have the reading level appropriate. And then, of course, middle school and high school will be all students.
And we, Ron, as you know, we did a kind of a final scrub of those questions as we work with CEE, and Rich and I are working to submit those for final submission tomorrow, and then roll that out once we get those back through Qualtrics. So the final submissions to get that going are right around the corner.
Okay, good. Thank you for that. And then my last question has to do with the comments we're receiving about whether kids have to have their video on or not on, and kind of helping, well, the community to understand what our take is on that, on not requiring students to have that. And also back to how that works in relation to what is recorded from a teacher's perspective, as far as having their class recorded. The comment from the teacher about having, why can't she, or he or she, I don't remember who said that, have a pre-recorded lesson that students look at and watch, and then in the classroom, the students wouldn't actually be recorded because it would just be a discussion. Why can't they do that?
It's not clear to me that they couldn't do that. They're not required to do that. I don't know that all teachers would agree in that. I mean, I just so you know, I took those notes in when I heard in that camera discussion, required versus non-required, parent permission if it's not going to be on. I gathered all of that because I think that is a really interesting discussion. You've heard me talk about the fact that I've seen so many cameras off that has been something that's concerned me as well.
I was going to say, and that was one of the things I was really paying attention to as I was listening in the classroom. So at the one high school class I attended, probably 2/3 of the kids had it on, but that might have been unique for that teacher in that class. In all the rest of the classrooms, probably at most 1/3 of the students had their cameras on.
Yeah, and I have observed that as well. And so again, I think that's a great conversation to have. I had not heard from teachers directly like I did tonight that they would support some requirement of some level of students having their cameras on. I've heard arguments kind of for and against that. So I think that's a good conversation to have about, we need to revisit that. If it's a way that we think it would help kids be more engaged. I'm not opposed to that. I know different districts have taken different approaches to that.
I saw Executive Director Siva Dawson had her hand up. Oh, I'm sorry, I have to unmute you and go.
Hi, yes, I just wanted to speak to the cameras off. I think that it's important to also recognize that there are many equity pieces to the cameras being off that we want to be respectful for, just in the sense that some of our students may be living in situations or in settings where they're not comfortable having their camera on. Some of our students may have some mental health pieces where they need to have their camera off. So we have really, even in our own equity newsletters that we've sent out to staff, have also encouraged staff to try to engage with students in other ways to figure out maybe why they don't have their camera on. So that could be in breakout rooms. It could be through the tiered teams that buildings have to look at why students may not be engaging. I've heard that even some of the teachers commented on just having some students having some concerns around the video recordings. And so I don't want to advocate for forcing students to have their camera on when there are equity reasons or mental health reasons for why we need to respect that students would have cameras off. I do think it could be a larger conversation for us to address through other interventions or other means to identify maybe why students are not engaging. So I'm just pushing that we not have a one size fits all model of forcing students to have a camera on.
Although I do think it would be good to at least teach kids how to change their background if they feel that. But a lot of times they're sharing spaces while trying to learn. There's a lot of, you've got several kids in one room trying to do different conference calls. So I see that's, not everybody's living situation is the same. Vanessa.
She needs to be unmuted.
Okay, so yeah, I completely agree with Miss Siva Dawson. Did I say your name right? I hope so. Okay, anyway, yeah, so the forcing kids to turn on their cameras is I understand that teachers feel very, very disconnected from their students, especially now that they just are talking to a room of black screens. And so I totally get that it's super hard for them to connect, but again, kind of like she highlighted, I feel like students do definitely have a right to their privacy, and a lot of students just, again, don't feel comfortable with, showing their face, especially when there's other people that aren't. So again, forcing students to turn on their cameras is just not, I don't think is possible, even though it would be nice to be able to see everyone, because again, it's not equitable to have all students to have their camera on. And I think maybe instead, like, we could focus on reasons why they aren't turning them on. I know that one of the teachers said that she kind of asked and did a survey why their students weren't turning on their cameras. And it's kind of, again, like, they don't want to be recorded. I totally get that too. Something from a student perspective is I definitely feel more comfortable with turning on my camera with teachers I'm closer connected to and more engaging, like, teachers. So if I'm just getting a lecture, I know maybe it's different in kindergarten classes or maybe even middle school classes, but I know in high school, a lot of my classes, and I'm sure other high school representatives can attest to this too, it's a lot of lectures because we're getting a lot of content, especially in AP classes. We need to get all of that content in, especially with the shortened classes, into that time, right? And so it's not a lot of teacher to student interaction. And I know that some teachers have been doing this, but just checking in on students, like, I would personally really appreciate it if they could check in more beyond a survey, because I know surveys, a lot of teachers I've heard have done surveys like, hey, how are you doing? That kind of thing. While that's nice, I think, again, it's not as personal, and it's just something that can be checked off, like, oh yeah, I'm fine, even if they're not fine. So I think one suggestion from a student perspective could be for you teachers is maybe having, like, one day, if you can set aside like one day just to have everyone in their own individual breakout rooms. It can be like your own mental health day, and check in on each student individually. Like, you have to get to talk to them in their own private space, and then that might be more encouraging for them to turn on their camera if they're not in a room full of all these kids. Because I know I'm definitely more willing to turn on my camera if I'm alone with a teacher, rather than in front of an entire class. So it's just speaking from a student perspective, forcing students to turn on their cameras is something very scary to me, and it alarmed me a little bit too, because I know that there are students that are definitely just cannot turn on their cameras because maybe they have siblings in the background, or maybe they're just not in a place that they feel comfortable sharing their background. And again, like I forgot who said it, but virtual backgrounds would be nice, showing students how to do virtual backgrounds. But I do think also that a survey that I don't remember which teacher said, asking why your students aren't turning on their cameras, that might be a good way to look into that too. But yeah, just wanted to share that I know the cameras is a very big issue, especially now that we're all online, especially with privacy and respecting, you know, how students, whether they want to or not, because I think especially high school students, we all have like our right to our own privacy if we want. So I just wanted to talk about that briefly. Thank you.
Vanessa, do students use the chat feature?
Yes, students can use the chat feature. Sometimes it's disabled for some classes. I know that some teachers have it where that you can chat either just the teacher themselves or everyone. So that could be a way to get input into. But yeah, sometimes they are limited. I don't know why they are like that, but for the most part, chats are enabled in classrooms.
You need to do it like a Twitch stream. Director Mullings. And only Vanessa understood what I said there.
I understood.
Okay.
I do love getting the direct input. I again, as a person who feels deeply connected to having an online experience, a remote experience, a virtual one, I think it's really important. I think these conversations about improvement of the now are very important. What's unclear to me today, though, is how they're getting harvested and how they get rolled out, like, or how we add to them. I've lived in a virtual work environment for 20 years. I'll remember that for many, many years. So how are we collecting some of those best practices? I mean, simple as something we do in our world is in chat, a 2-word check-in at the beginning of virtual meetings, a 2-word checkout at the end. You've heard from every person, you know kind of where they are mentally. So I do wonder, how are we collecting best practices being learned in the classroom today and disseminating those in the existing environment, as well as how are we collecting probably a wealth of best practices from a lot of people who've lived this environment for a really long time.
Well, I know it's happening at some level, and maybe Rich can talk about how our TOSAs or our PLCs are supporting. And the reason I say I think I know it happens, Sydney, is because I observe similar things in different classrooms in different buildings. So just some examples that aren't even related to remote teaching necessarily, but our elementary teachers refer to their students as friends. And I see that consistently across the buildings, and I actually really like it. I saw in first grade, teachers, using the little whiteboards and teach. So those kids had to have their cameras on because they were holding up their answers in a math lesson. So I thought that was an interesting way. You know, you were getting on the spot assessment as the teacher, and it did have the kids keep their cameras on. These were, I believe, first graders or second graders. So, but I have seen some behaviors like that, some practices. So somewhere, somehow, good practices are being disseminated. I don't know, Rich, if there's a more formal process or.
And let me just add, because I know we've been talking about visiting classrooms. I live in an elementary classroom, and I have for many months now, and I live in a high school classroom all day long. And so I fight will you turn on your camera? My high schooler absolutely will not. My fifth grader will periodically. So again, I think while we're focused on the camera, which has some very specific cognitive triggers in adults as well as children of being on video, seeing video. I think there's other methods of checking in and keeping tabs that I'd love to make sure we know about and can and either share or get shared broadly. But yeah, I'm in the classroom every day, just so everyone knows, every day. Elementary and high, Harlan's in middle school.
Yeah, and I'd want to credit lots of groups that have been discussing this one and trying to support teachers in this, that our PBSES coaches, our counselors, we have administrators who have had extensive conversations with their staff teams about the various strategies, cameras on or cameras off, for engaging students, monitoring engagement, keeping active participation strategies going. TLS is looking at doing more professional development and book studies around this topic to continue to try to keep it alive, because even what worked in September may not work in December. So we're continuing to explore engagement strategies and trying to push out those ideas. We've got an incredibly creative and dedicated teaching team, and they are generating ideas left and right about ways to engage students. Will we always be 100% perfect? Probably not. And what I know is that we just keep persisting. And I have been in about 8 classrooms in the last week and a half, and seen creativity and engagement strategies that have been really fantastic. So I know that they're out there. I know that our coaches, our counselors, our administrators, and our teachers are working together to try to keep remote learning a highly engaging environment, and we'll keep doing their best to do so. I really believe that.
I just want to clarify, my comment isn't on any individual effort. Yeah. Just to be clear, my comment is on strategies for scale.
Yes.
Always strategies for scale. Yes. I think innovation is happening every day, and I see it in any individual level. It's a big system. So I just want to make sure we've got strategies for scale.
We've been pushing out some work around, professional development, book clubs, just ways of systemically encouraging engagement and building relationship in a distant learning environment. And we continue to be grabbing the latest literature we can to make sure that we're trying to push out some of that systemically. So absolutely. Thank you, Sydney. Or Director Mullings, sorry.
My first name is Sydney.
I have a hard time remembering to be formal as well, so thank you. So I'm just looking at the clock. We are only an hour behind. I did want to let you know that. Is there any other board questions, conversations related to this topic? Because we have a whole nother topic that's going to take us a little bit of time. Okay, seeing no more hands raised from our directors, we're going to move on to the next agenda item, which is resolution 1157. So the board has been working offline separately. So I worked with staff to come up with a draft for this resolution after verifying that this was kind of something we needed to be able to have a public statement. So this, in essence, the board really hasn't, I have not responded to a lot of emails because we have been in the middle of negotiation, and I did not want to be able to say something, put something on the record that was going to cause a problem for our staff and that were in that negotiation table. I didn't want to insert us in some place where we didn't need to be. But it became clear that there were just questions that the community had, the district had, the teachers have around what do certain things mean? What is the board's actual kind of definition for some things? What is the board direction? What are we going for? And the board wanted to have a way of being able to make that statement and make that statement to the public, to give direction to the superintendent, who is our only employee that the board hires. And then the rest is all up to the means by which things happen is up to the superintendent and his staff. So this is what this resolution is about. It is not perfect, number one. It is not perfect because the board does its work in public. Now I know that I've seen participants drop off, or about 30 less people than we were an hour ago. So I know that you might have been bored by the minutia that we talked about, but this is the only way that the board meets. We do not meet privately. That is against the law. So if we're going to have discussions about things, we have to have it open in front of everybody, whether we agree with each other. If we disagree with each other, it's in our policies that we disagree politely and respectfully, but we have to do it in public. We can't go off to the side and say, this is what I'm going to say. That would be illegal. So this can be a tedious process. The resolution before you is not perfect. That is part of what the board will be discussing during this. I also want to note, since the time that we began working on drafting this and today, COVID activity has essentially doubled within our district. So when we say the words as soon as possible, that takes into consideration the entire spectrum of measurements and decision-making triggers that we're talking about. So it very much goes back to what Director Mullings was talking about wanting to be moving forward, making the plan. Whether we execute and start start any type of in-person learning, which right now we do have in-person learning for some students. We have childcare that we've been doing basically since we shut down in March. We've had children in our schools receiving childcare. So this is about the board's discussion about how do we plan for this and how do we plan to execute. So that is what this is about. I will take 30 minutes of input. I know that right now there are people from 2 different camps, some that are supportive of the, or generally supportive of the resolution. You might have some questions about some things. And then there are people that are generally not supportive of the resolution, and you have some comments about things. So I think in order to be fair to hear all sides, I would like to start with the group of people that have not really had a whole lot of opportunity to speak at our board meetings. And that's for the next 15 minutes, I will take input from people who are supportive of the resolution 1157. So if you would like to raise your blue hand for 15 minutes, I'll make it 16 because we're going to be 2 minutes per person. So I will take.
Do you want to take a motion on this before you start the conversation?
That would probably be a good place to start. I'm sorry. It's our first motion of the night, well, of the regular general discussion.
Right. Okay, I'll do it. I move the board adopt resolution 1157 as presented.
Second.
Okay, perfect. So then we'll move from here. So I'll be looking for blue hands at this point. Again, 2 minutes, your name, and like a nearby school or the school your children attend, or the nearest high school. That gives us kind of an attendance area, what part of the district you're from. Okay, so I will start with, I'm going to pronounce this wrong, Dina Ratasik. Or is it Dina Ratasik?
Hi, thank you so much. So I am Dina Ratasik. You did a good job. I'm a parent with kids at Maywood and at Liberty. It's absolutely time we get our kids back into the classroom. Earlier tonight, Superintendent Feely said that the teachers have been doing a great job given the circumstances. That's not my family's daily experience, unfortunately. Regularly, we have classes canceled minutes before they're slated to begin. Regularly, my kids are out of class hours early. Regularly, my kids have questions. They take it upon themselves to email the teachers, and they don't get a response for over 24 hours. These things would not be issues if they were sitting in a physical classroom. My kids' grades are suffering. Their learning is suffering. They're not going to be ready to compete in nationwide standardized testing. And for our family, college is the end goal of high school. And our kids are losing serious and significant learning time. We're putting ISD students at a severe disadvantage relative to the hundreds of thousands of public school students nationwide who have safely returned to the classroom. We need to hold our teachers accountable, and we need to get them back into the classroom for our kids' sake. They need to be teaching for the entire contracted time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Jody Mull. And Stephen, can you get her video so she's allowed to show it? I don't think I can undo that. Oh, there it is.
Hi, thank you everyone for your work tonight, Superintendent Thiele and school board members. I'm Jody Mull, and I've had 3 kids go through Issaquah School District, graduated from Issaquah High School, and I'm a paraeducator at Pine Lake Middle School. I would agree, our teachers that I'm working with are working hard, super hard. They're putting tons of energy in, but students aren't learning the same. And I get we're focusing on K-3, getting back before middle school and high school. But to the woman who just spoke, the learning isn't happening. There's not, the technology gets in the way. I mean, the teachers that I work with are working hard and working well, but learning's not happening. I mean, not enough learning is happening. Maybe half the amount of learning is happening. I agree with your resolution. I'll stop now. So more people who are in favor of giving our parents the choice. You don't have to go back, but give parents the choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Kimberly Brown.
Hi, thank you. My name is Kimberly Brown, and I have students at Issaquah Valley and Apollo, where their teachers, staff, and administrators are doing a phenomenal job. Although one of my kids, I'm not certain how much learning is sticking. There has been a lot of emotion within our community on return to school plans, and our survey results show that we are very divided on what's best for every student and family. And I get that because there's so much unknown and it's super scary. But this should never be a consideration of remote versus in-person, teachers versus students, and an overall us versus them mentality. This should be a conversation about safely providing choice and opportunity for our staff and students. Giving the students the ability to learn in person when they need it does not take anything away from those who choose to stay remote. I'm asking the board to approve the proposed resolution with specific support for 2 key provisions. First, I'm supportive of using our district boundaries for case metrics. While I do understand that some staff come from outside the district, the numbers represent the fluidity of movement of our community currently, whether it be for work, traveling for open youth sports, or visiting friends and family. I also support the strong language directing negotiations with any relevant unions be finalized so that when our administration and public health agree it is safe to return to school, we can quickly execute that plan and get students who need the choice to be back in those buildings learning. We need to move fast when it's safe to stop the erosion in education for so many kids. I'm also calling on the district and the union leaders to create clear messaging to all of our staff as to how the district will operationalize all the safety measures required by the state, which, by the way, have been called some of the most conservative safety measures in the nation by our own governor. ISD took a great first step in their video update October 21st, but further clarity to our staff and mandatory review of that detailed messaging is the only way to close the divide between being willing to go back to save a job and feeling safe going back. We owe it to our staff to explain how they will be kept safe and answer any questions they have regarding safety. Going to the school or the grocery store or crossing the street all involve a varying degree of risk. Our state has worked hard to outline risk mitigation for COVID, and ISD has been working hard to operationalize those risk mitigation strategies. We owe our students an opportunity to succeed by giving the choice for in-person learning. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next I have somebody, oh, it moved. Candace Purdy.
Hi. Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. It's a short time, so I'm going to try and read fast. My name is Candace Birdie. I'm the mom of 3, 2 of whom are currently still ISD students at Maywood and Liberty, but we are beginning to consider other options for them. I'm speaking today because I am for our kids returning to school and having the choice to be there safely. I am deeply concerned with the trend I continue to see happening in our district since our kids first transitioned to online learning back in March, and I'm not sure where the breakdown is occurring. When COVID hit, we were all learning and taking measures to remain safe to lower the risk of transmission in our community, and we continue to do so. Then the fall came and went with no forward movement toward in-person learning, not even a hybrid model, when King County and state Washington numbers were low. Fall sports never began, fields remain locked up and not permitted to be used by our kids for small group workouts or sport clubs, while Bellevue, a similar sized district, continued to run their fall sports through December. I especially feel for those families and students who have special learning needs and challenges, and I appreciate our teachers for pivoting. But online learning now, going on 7+ months, is not a long-term solution for our children. Our kids are largely unmotivated, depressed, checked out, and simply going through the motions on their Zoom meetings. Cheating is also a factor that is not being considered in all this data gathering. Our kids learn best in person, both socially and emotionally. Ask any pediatrician. Youth sports and activities are crucial for healthy development. Parents deserve the choice for how their kids should be able to learn. How many more months is this going to take to be figured out? We need to consider the damage that this is doing to all of our kids, many of whom who are not able to participate in these school board Zooms. We can all find and share evidence of in-person scenarios that have worked and are working with proper PPEs in place across the country. It's time we as a district lead and keep our kids at the front of the decisions. It's time for transparency so we can all work together to find a solution in the very near future. I, for one, do not want to hear any more feedback from my kid like I did yesterday from my middle schooler saying, I have been in my class for almost 2 hours with only one 5-minute break. Help. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next I have Christy Lindsay. Okay, you are unmuted.
Hello, is my video working?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Christy Lindsay, and I have 3 children who attend Issaquah Middle School and as well as Cougar Ridge Elementary. And I'm choosing to speak out tonight because of the grave concern I have for families like mine who are lacking choice in school attendance options when it comes to our most precious and valued resource, our children, and future leaders of this community. The importance of early childhood education is key to the emotional, social, and physical well-being of children, which has a direct effect on their overall development into adult years. Without choice in how our families leverage educational services, we are taking away the emotional, social, and mental well-being of our children. In my personal case, we moved here last year from out of state. Our kids hadn't had the chance to acclimate to our new life in Washington, and then the pandemic came. With me being in healthcare and an essential worker, I've been unable to assist my children through this very difficult transition to online learning since the pandemic. Our family's experience with virtual learning has resulted in extreme levels of stress, anxiety, fear, and depression, not unlike many of the stories that you've heard and from the cases mentioned earlier. Our children are isolated, they're falling behind in school, and mine have broken down numerous times over the loneliness, pressure, and the helplessness they feel. And this is not going away. This is not something parents are equipped to handle. This is not something our children know how to cope with or even talk about. We need to help them. Our families are desperate. I'm so thankful for the comments I heard by Sydney and Harlem on recognizing the need to do something different now. I'm a proud graduate of the public school system and had every intent for my children to follow down the same path. But public schools need to adapt to the needs of the community and swiftly, just like private schools did, just like many other public schools and many other states. Our kids are falling behind. They're suffering significant anxiety, isolation, and depression, and need the choice of being able to safely go back to school. Our future and our children's future depends on it. And because we have no other choice, we've scheduled we're looking to turn to private school and looking to have other options. I thank you for allowing us to provide this commentary and hope that you can deeply consider the feedback you're hearing from families tonight who are struggling.
Great, thank you. Next, I have Erica Stapleton. Stephen, if you could let Erica show her camera. There we go.
Hi, thank you. I have 4 kids in the Issaquah schools. I have a 7th grade boy at PCMS, a 5th grade girl at Grand Ridge, a 3rd grade daughter also at Grand Ridge, and a 3rd grade son who's in the LRC program, LRC2 program at Challenger. I'm also a grad and went through kindergarten through 12th grade in this district, graduated from Liberty High School. And I'm the daughter of a 30-year public elementary school teacher from this area. So I just wanted to provide a little bit of that and my experience with working for the unions. I am a strong union supporter. I also want to speak to the fact that we were talking about this being an area of privilege. It is an area of privilege for many families, but there are also families here who struggle financially. Our family is on one first responder budget right now. We moved here many years ago when Issaquah was more affordable. And of course, I grew up in the area, but we could never afford to live here if we were buying now. My husband and I are both union members. We're from union families and we love our teachers. We volunteer weekly or monthly in our schools, support the foundation, and serve on the PTSA board. I had an offer to return to my job and plan to, but due to our children's educational and special needs, I haven't been able to. Also, despite being union members, my coworkers are having 1 furlough day per month, and that's in a state law enforcement government job with higher salary required and still making less than a teacher's salary. My husband's pay has also been negatively impacted as a first responder and was just recently restored. This is true of all our friends and family that work in public service, with the exception of our teacher friends and family. My husband serves on his union board and said there is no first responder union that he knows of that has had their members vote on returning to work. They would never consider it and understand it is the job they signed up to do. Each student is different, but speaking to my family, and I know I've heard this echoed in my neighbors, distance learning doesn't work. We finally returned to hybrid for my LRC2 student in 3rd grade, and it's been a tremendous success. So I want to give much of that credit to Challenger LRC2 staff, the admin there, and the amazing specialists, especially their OT, their SLP, and their librarian.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Can I finish this part?
Finish up.
I was concerned with how the first day would go, but when Zooming with his LRC2 teacher, she said all of the LRC2 students did very well, and it was a normal school day and not like the first day. If our LRC2 elementary students are capable of going back to school, wearing their masks, following all the COVID protocols and directives, surely our general education students can do it as well. And I just wanted to add that my other 3rd grader and my middle schooler are both struggling significantly with school, with lack of friendship, with lack of connection. I'm very, very concerned. And I want to mention that my nephew is in person at Central Washington University. So we have our public universities open. We have bars that are open. We have bowling alleys that are open, but we do not have in-person school for kindergarten through 12th grade.
Okay.
I worked in state law enforcement frequently with child victims.
Thank
and
you.
I also
You've
interned.
extended beyond your 2 minutes. It's been over 3 minutes now.
Okay.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to hear from Karen Sperry.
So you're using your voice.
Okay, you are unmuted. You can go ahead. Just give us
Hi
your
there.
name.
Hi there. My name's Kirk Sperry. I'm the husband of Karen Sperry. I just want to echo everybody's thoughts there about getting back to school. It needs to happen. It needs to happen. Like my son every day wakes up depressed, doesn't want to go to school. Whereas last year I dropped him off to school. He couldn't run fast enough. But I want to step back and just say the elephant in the room, okay? Tell me if I'm crazy here, but everybody keeps talking about these numbers, the cases rising. Nobody's talking about versus how many tests are occurring, right? If of course the cases are going to rise if there's more widespread testing that's occurring. I've been tested twice in the last week, where 2 months ago, I had to give my firstborn child to get a test. So why are we not talking about the positive test rate percentage, versus total number of cases? It's absolutely ridiculous in my opinion. I don't get it. And I feel like we're getting only half the story here, right? How many people are getting tested versus how many people are testing positive? If we don't know that number, it's all irrelevant. It's time to go back to school. That's all I'm going to say is like, we are not getting all the data and the decisions that are being made off a total number of cases. It doesn't even compute. You've got to know how many people are getting tested. Yeah, the kids are, my kid self-confidence is gone in the toilet over the last 2 months. He hates going to school versus loved going to school. There's no social interaction. It's just ridiculous. California's back to school. Europe's back to school. What the F are we doing? Okay, I'm sorry, but what are we doing? What are we doing? It's crazy.
Thank you. Next is Nate Perea.
Do that. God. Somebody.
You could please mute. Not you, Nate. Okay.
Thank you,
go
Marty.
for it.
Appreciate you taking some time. I definitely want to say throw in my support for this resolution. I want to talk about a couple of things here. One related to the youth suicide, which we've already mentioned, and I think we're aware of the reports. This is really, really serious, and partly because we know about the 4 that were reported. I've personally heard of other cases. I learned of a 15-year-old girl who with a failed attempt a couple of weeks ago out in Snoqualmie. I've heard of 2 or 3 others in South King County. These 4 are not the only ones we're going to see. There will be more. Now, as of today, the Department of Health for the entire state of Washington has reported 0% COVID deaths for people under the age of 18. So right now, suicide deaths are outpacing COVID deaths, and we are not allowing children to go back to school. So at what point do those numbers start to speak to us that that's the real risk here? Now, we are going to have to own that as a community if those numbers continue to rise. That is on us if we do not make a decision to get children back in school. The other point I'd like to talk about here is the voice of the parents. Now, I think a lot of us have listened to board meetings in the past, and we've heard a lot of resistance to the idea of getting back in, but those are all coming from, seemingly, from teachers. And I want to say, I respect their right to their opinion because they do have to be in the room. But the parents in this district are the taxpayers, they're the voters, they're the people that this board is beholden to on behalf of the children that we are all here to talk about. So just within the last 48 hours, a petition was launched for Issaquah School District parents who wanted a choice for returning to school, a choice. We are not saying we are not saying you should mandate it and that everybody has to. It is a choice. I want to make that clear because we've received a lot of information in violation of that. We already have 950 signatures from parents and a poll of who's going to stay in the district or leave. 66% out of 161 responses said they're considering leaving the district, already have, or say it's really tempting. That's another budget shortfall on the horizon for this district if we don't get students back into school. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I know there are a lot of other hands, but we've taken a little bit more time. I've been trying to tally how many minutes have been allotted to speaking for those that are in support of the resolution. So if you could please lower your hand, because we're not going to be able to take any other feedback. So if you could please lower your hand if you are in support. So we've all seen your hand raised, so we do appreciate that. You're also welcome to send an email to schoolboard@issaquah.wednet.edu. And I'm going to lower any hand that I see. So once it's all clear, I will ask for other hands to be raised. Okay, so no, for the next, I will be tracking time. So once we get to 16 minutes, we will stop taking input. So I see Ms. Henry, it's back up. I know you spoke earlier, but if you'd like to speak, you'll have 2 minutes. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate the additional chance to speak. I guess I want to speak more to the idea that teachers are not required to record video. From what I've been told, teachers are required to record lessons that are taught live. We're required to post those links to either a document or a OneDrive.
Do you have feedback about the resolution? Because
I do actually.
Okay.
Sorry.
You can send that you can send that email to.
I apologize. I just wanted to clear that up. I'm not against the idea of in-person learning. I just wanted to give the flip side of it, again, an elementary perspective. We've heard a lot of high school students that want to return to learning. I completely get that. The elementary end is just, it's different. I support in-person learning, but I also support it being done safely, and trying to keep a 5-year-old apart versus a 15-year-old apart is a completely different thing. And so I guess I just wanted to throw that out there as a consideration. I deeply support our most underprivileged learners being in person. I have not seen that done yet. I have not seen our all of our ELL students integrated in. I have not seen our students that are of alternative housing integrated into in-person learning. I have not seen our LRC1 students integrated into in-person learning. And I guess I'd like to see that first before we talk about integrating our, I'm sorry, there's no politically correct way to put this, but our average students are integrated into in-person learning before our highest risk students that are integrated. So I've heard from a lot of parents that, thank you, that are for in-person learning, but I would encourage the board to consider our highest risk students first.
Thank you. Okay, next I have Gwen Lloyd. And you should be unmuted now.
Perfect, thank you. I will try to take less than 2 minutes. I am a teacher here at Skyline, and I teach freshmen. I hear the argument that students and families should have a choice about going back to school, but this ignores the fact that teachers should be kept safe and that all of the adults in the building need to be kept safe as well. While I'm unsure how this would play out if there were a choice, it's clear that there would be a necessary number of teachers to meet the choice of the parents. And a teacher who's faced with a false choice of either going back to an unsafe environment because of the needs of the district and putting themselves and their family at risk, or losing their job or being reassigned to a different class is not a real choice for a teacher. We love our students and we want to be in school with them, but we want to be there when it is safe. And there is a really problematic section in the resolution that specifically points to looking only within the 110 square mile boundary of the district. That is the type of thinking that has gotten this country where we are right now and having the massive spike we're having. Well, there's no COVID in my house, so I can have people over. There's no COVID in my bubble, so I can have people here. We exist in a larger ecosystem of King County, and in fact, even larger than that, where teachers that come into the district are coming from as far south as Tacoma and as far north as northern Seattle. Saying we only look within that 110 square miles is why we have the spikes we're having. It doesn't make sense. We need to be looking at the data for King County as a whole, and at a minimum, and that as a minimum is the safest way to manage this. I also think it's really important to and I know that the district is bargaining with IEA, but I really want to point out that it is disheartening to get timelines from the district on reopening before those have been bargained with IEA in terms of what is actually safe for the teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. I have, just says Mrs. Murphy. That's how I can tell you're a staff member. Have all those kids saying, Mrs. Murphy, I have a question. There you go.
Hi, Carissa Murphy.
Endeavor Elementary. As an educator and a member of this community, I'm concerned about the current language in the resolution and the push to return to in-person schooling at the beginning of trimester 2, although I'm hoping that that has changed based on the current numbers. Even more concerning is the citation of misleading facts in the proposed resolution, particularly the phrase, "There is mounting scientific evidence that children under the age of 10 demonstrate very low transmission rates to adults outside of their homes." Quoted from the CDC, although most children have mild symptoms, some may get severely ill from COVID-19. They can require hospitalization, intensive care, or a ventilator. Some may even die. The CDC is investigating a rare but serious medical condition associated with COVID-19 in children called multisystem inflammatory syndrome. Children, like adults who have COVID-19 but have no symptoms, can still spread the virus to others. Frankly, distance learning is not ideal. Teachers, students, parents are overworked, overwhelmed, and exhausted. We need to continue to work together to creatively think and find solutions, work to increase engagement, better help our students, to assess learning in a wider variety of ways, to lessen screen time, to increase and build relationships. We need to continue to plan so that when it is safe, we are ready to return and hit the ground running. However, putting everyone at risk is not the answer. I implore the school board to be leaders and pillars of strength during these unfortunate circumstances, to listen to science and medical communities, to rely on the numbers and hard facts before rushing to decisions, not the many charged emotions of these hard times, and to prioritize the safety of the community above all. It is disappointing that we are the only surrounding district I am aware of currently in talks and not putting off talks of in-person learning to the new year. Governor Inslee at the press briefing just at 5:30 today begged the community to stay home at Thanksgiving and Christmas and refrain from interacting with anyone outside of their household. Inslee said, and I quote, last sentence, "The weekly average of new COVID cases has doubled in the last 2 weeks. We are in a period of exponential growth and every day matters. We can't wait until our hospitals are overloaded and lined with
2 minutes are up.
Action."
Thank you. Next, I have Sebastian Lindman.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so again, I'm here speaking about this specific resolution because I feel like we need to think twice about setting dates with something that is ever evolving. This thing in our country has continued to evolve nonstop. It has been growing. It has seen ups and downs everywhere. If you look at the maps, the charts, everything we got, there's a lot of growth in this. We continue to set expectations, but we underdeliver. And I'm not saying educators, and I'm not saying the efforts to try to get these kids to learn, but we're underdelivering because we are sitting here right now proposing dates for something that we do not have any concrete data that's going to say this is going to slow up to the point it would be safe to put our kids back into school. I do feel the pain of many of the people out there that have had issues with the non-in-person learning. But I feel we need to focus on getting these numbers so far driven down at this point. And the data shows that we need to do that. The governor has spoken that we need to do that. Public health officials have come out and said it's common sense not to put people together in groups. And if they are 6 feet apart, that isn't practical for small children. It will not be practical, and it is going to overburden our teachers. My fear in this rough talk towards teachers and giving ultimatums is we are going to push the one thing this school district has going for it, which is great educators. These people are the reason why my family moved out here, is to have the teachers in the Issaquah School District teach my child. I want to continue to work with them, but I feel like if we start setting dates, passing resolutions with unattainable and not hard numbered expectations, and when we give hard numbers and we let people down, this raises a divide in our community. I've seen multiple groups fight back and forth about this. Believe me, I want my child in school. I just want my child there safely, and I want the best educators with him. And right now, with the numbers where they are, that is simply just not smart thinking.
Okay,
We
2
need
minutes.
to look at the bigger picture. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Jeffrey Chen. Jeffrey Chen. Hold on, you're not, I have to send the unmute.
Oh, there we go.
There you
Can you
go.
hear me now? Great.
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jeff Chen. I'm parent of 2 Skyline High School students, and mostly I'm in favor of having kids return to school in person when it's safe. And I think to do so, it's important that we are all working from the same data. I know there's been a lot of discussion as to what the situation is. And I would like to start by focusing on the COVID data posted on the homepage of the Issaquah School District website. And the name of that blog post is Local COVID-19 Case Rate Data Available. So as of 2 days ago, this blog post shared that the area covered by Issaquah School District had a COVID rate of 97 cases per 100,000 people. And that is lower than the rate of 176 for King County. So out of curiosity, I updated those calculations and today and said 2 days ago. And what's interesting is in 2 days, the COVID-19 case rate for our area has gone up by 29.17%. So let me repeat that. In 2 days, COVID-19 cases have gone up by 29.17% in 2 days. So if you look at King County as a whole, I know there's discussion as to whether our rates are lower than King County. King County actually went up by only 20.45%, which is not a small number. We went up by 29.17%. All right, so you can see that our cases are rising quite a bit faster. And I wanted to mention, there was some mention as to rates of testing, rates of positivity. One of the things is that the rates that people getting testing is also going up as well, right? So from a couple of weeks ago, there was no wait time to get a COVID test. My son was informed that he might be, had been in contact with someone that tested positive. We got him a test. It took a while to get him a test. I learned from nurses that they're now booking all day long for COVID tests from someone at a testing location. So what I want to emphasize is the virus is in our community. The number of cases is increasing. And I request the school board to consider a couple things. I know there's mention to say that they want to set thresholds. And I'm going to ask that the school board consider whether that number is a number that's going up or down and not just an absolute number. And also we have LRC students in the classroom. Let's get the data as to how much COVID is going on in the schools, and let's share that with the community so parents can help make an educated choice as to whether to send their kids back to school. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next I have Jennifer Bland.
Thank you. Thank you. My name's Jennifer Bland, and I'm a first grade teacher at Sunset Elementary. I am also a voter in the school district. I know somebody was wondering whether the teachers are actually voters here too. We are. I'm a parent and a homeowner. And I wanted to say that I feel that there's a lot of grief going on. There's a lot of mourning going on. We've all suffered this great loss of in-person learning. And we've also suffered the loss of family members, perhaps, who have passed away, or friends who have gotten COVID and had a really big struggle. And I'm concerned when we're talking about setting a date and having that be like the target for when we go back. I really feel like it has to be safe. It has to be safe, not just for my parents who I might pass something on to, but also for the children in my class who are working side by side with grandparents who help out. With the economy the way it is, many families have multi-generational homes, and we need to be thinking about protecting the elderly in our community as well as the young children. Also, the kindergarten through first grade, you're not talking about surveying them. So I've got close to 100%, if not 100% every day in my class. I've got kids who are engaged in learning. And I would question too when paraprofessionals state that they have that the children are not learning. I'm curious what the data is that was mentioned by Mrs. Mull about kids not learning, because that is not the data that I'm seeing in my classroom remotely. So I think we have to be careful about when we say kids are or are not learning. We need to be able to back that up. On line 14 on the whereas in here, it's the very bottom of the first page of the resolution. It states that failure to provide in-person learning has had a severe impact on district operations and has eroded confidence. Thank you for listening, and I appreciate you working to keep me safe and my students and children and family.
Great, thank you. Next, I'm going to call on Valerie Buck. Okay, you are unmuted.
Wonderful. My name is Valerie Buck, and I am a parent, homeowner, and teacher in our Issaquah community. And I am speaking out today to support that we bring our highest needs children back to school first, not for individual choices. Fair does not always mean equal. And so we want to provide services for those who need it, not those who want it. I am happy to say that my students are thriving in this educational scenario. My youngest daughter has an amazing teacher at Apollo who we would love to stay with. She has not had the same teacher the full year ever since kindergarten, and she's in 3rd grade. It would be a shame for her to have to change teachers again this year because we choose to be safe. I will say that one thing I think could really help our community is teacher training, making sure all of our teachers understand how to do breakouts, individual check-ins with students, giving students choice in their learning, and teaching secondary students how to collaborate online. That will all increase engagement. I would like us to, as a district, enforce equitable grading practices for all, meaning no zeros in the grade book, no late penalties, and no busy work for grades. I believe we as a community need to put our families first, and we need to follow governor's orders to stay home, meaning no play fields. They invite crowds. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I have Susan Kelly.
Hi, I'm Susan Kelly, and I'm a teacher at Challenger. And following Valerie, I'll only say that I echo what she said, and also I appreciate others who've spoken, and also Sebastian Lindemann. I think it's important that we unite and move forward together as a group. I don't think we need more division and more energy wasted on separating and trying to prove different points. I want to be safe. I want to continue teaching in this district, which I've revered as a reputable district with integrity. I have to say that that's starting to erode. I'm beginning to question and wonder about the very same administration who has given me training and supported me in practicing best practices in education. I too have 100%, close to 100% remote. I am moving forward, doing breakout rooms more successfully, doing engaging students more successfully, having fun with my kids, learning with my kids. So I do want to say too that I feel great pressure, especially after tonight, and kind of sick in my stomach, feeling that I am being partially blamed for contributing to high mental health anxiety and issues in our society or our community. And the truth is, COVID is terrible. COVID is unknown. The research about COVID is not good. The more we find out, we don't know a lot about it. And we also find that they are, there's damaging or damage that's going to be long lasting.
Okay.
So
2 minutes.
We need to work together to help us all move forward healthfully and safely.
Okay. Thank you. Next, I'll call on Shannon Carr. Shannon Carr. Okay, we'll move on. Andrew McDonald.
There we go. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm a teacher. I'm a high school teacher, science teacher at Gibson Neck High School in Issaquah School District, obviously. And just to offer some anecdotes to counter the other anecdotes, my niece is in school in Texas, and they've had to shut down 3 times due to COVID cases. I happen to live in Covington, so I drive up. There's a lot of people down in this community that don't wear masks and don't practice safe distancing. So if I got sick and went to school, that would be a potential source of that. I'm also pretty much living paycheck to paycheck right now. So any sort of hospital visit as a result of COVID would basically bankrupt me. And I'm not particularly keen on the idea of returning before we have some sort of vaccine. I would also say I've worked as an environmental engineer about 4 years ago for about 4 years, and am distinctly aware that our HVAC system in our buildings does more to recirculate water droplets, much like a plane does, as opposed to like outdoor air, like the fields have. So we are, by going back, effectively reopening up concerts. And that's the effect that we're going to have. And it will be a super spreader event, just like we've seen in other states. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I will call one more. Doris Wang. Wong, you have your hand up. And we will end with a student, unless it's, yeah.
Hi, my name is Doris. I am a student at Issaquah High School and also part of the ASB exec board there. So I definitely agree that students are struggling. I'm a student. My grades are not looking so well. I'm usually in person a great student. And that's not the case for online learning. But while I do agree with those points, I definitely think safety is a priority. And some of my teachers definitely have concerns about going back to school, and they vocalize it too in class. And I think right now, instead of focusing on moving back, I think we need to focus on giving teachers the support they need during online learning, because I think a lot of teachers are continuing to teach the same way they do when they're in person, and that's not necessarily working for an online environment, because breakout rooms not going to work, lectures way too boring. So I think we really need to give teachers a different resource and support for online learning, instead of really focusing on how we're going to get back and all those stuff. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And with that, we're going to end public input. I do want to say, especially what Doris was saying, I think the last couple of years, I have reframed the word teacher into facilitator of learning, because I think it puts this focus on the results rather than the actions. I think we have some fantastic teachers, and I really want to express my admiration for how they have dug in to try to do what is best for students, for really putting in place new lesson plans, redoing your new lessons every day. I completely understand all of that work that takes. The difference is, and this is something much to what Doris was saying, how do we support you in facilitating learning? Because I think that's where the disconnect is. Teachers are teaching, but are students learning? And I think that is much what the board ponders. We know that our teachers know how to help students learn when they're in person, and especially for our youngest ones. And I think we definitely want to have some conversation around those students farthest from educational equity, and how we want to maybe put that in our therefores. I do agree that that is an area that we can include. So with that, I'm going to open up to board and whether or not we're satisfied with the resolution that we have. I have it open on my desktop so that if you guys want to make any edits, we can do that. And if you'd like, I can share it. It just means I won't see your lovely faces to know if you've raised your hand. Suzanne.
Okay, so I'm going to start on this, and I am going to play off what Director Mullings said earlier when she talked about we have planning and we have execution. And to me, this resolution is about the planning. I believe President Meraldo said when we drafted this, the first draft, the COVID rates were significantly lower, and it seemed like trimester 2 was a reasonable goal. It may not be a reasonable goal now, but again, we have the words as close as possible to. So that remains to be seen. But the resolution does a couple of things. It clarifies the definitions, what we're talking about when we say early learners, what we're talking about when we say groups of students. It talks about the difference between the local rates and the King County rates. And it lays that all out. I don't argue that we've had many, many successes in our remote learning. I don't want for a minute for our teachers to think that somehow we think what they're doing is failure. It's not. They're working as hard as they possibly can, and they're teaching in a way they've never taught before. And I think there are a lot of successes there. Nevertheless, we all agree that our goal would be to get our early learners back in school as soon as it is reasonably safe to do so. And what the resolution calls for is for the superintendent to continue to negotiate in good faith in an urgent and expeditious manner. One of the reasons, this is the plan, it's not the execution. We need the plan before we can execute. And Superintendent Thiele said earlier that we hadn't really talked about dealing with the pods at high school for remediation, because our priority of bargaining, I actually wrote it down, our priority of bargaining was the return of K-3. We have other things we need to bargain to. We have other plans we need to make. We need to make this plan so we can move on and make another plan. And every time we have a bargaining meeting, we have administrators in bargaining all day, not getting their other jobs done and doing their other jobs at 3 in the morning or whatever they're doing. We have teachers from the bargaining team who are pulled out of their classes to bargaining. So this is a lot of work for a lot of people. It's gone on for a long time. So my goal in this is we need the plan. It's not about the execution. It's about the agreement of how we execute it and when we execute it. But what the board is asking for with this resolution, I think, is we need to create the plan. We need to have the plan for K-3. Then we need to move on for the plan for high school students at risk. We need to move on for the other plans. There's got to be other plans. So that's my 2 cents on this.
Thank you. So is the rest of the board just going to give thumbs up and no more comments?
Oh, I've got comments, but I've been riled up tonight, so I was waiting.
And I'll go.
Okay, Harlan.
So I appreciate all the input, and I appreciate, President Meraldo, that you allowed for balanced input, because I feel like sometimes we don't get a chance to hear that. So thank you for doing that. We probably should have done that months ago. So, but thank you.
My last gift to you before I hand the reins to somebody else.
So I couldn't agree more with what Director Mullings and Director Weaver have said. Like, you know, what we want is a plan, and we want to all be on the same team. And that's really our hope. And I know that our superintendent has driven really hard to make that happen. And we need to be on the same team for the sake of our community, but what we need good faith bargaining by IEA. And because what Dr. Weaver said is we have other things that we need to do. And so we need to stop with the continued delays and getting to the agreement, so we can then move on and make sure that we're able to come to an agreement on what is it that will make for us to be able to provide education for our kids in as safe and risk mitigated environment as possible. And we know that we can do it because there's 56 million plus school children across the country that are doing it. In our own state, there are hundreds of elementary schools that are open all across the state. And so given our environment and our strict, rigid plan that our state has set, we know that we would be hearing all sorts of things, because that would catch the news about elementary students and teachers getting sick with COVID. I'm not saying that there aren't any, but I'm saying that we need, like, we should be asking, and there should be a database in the state for that, because we need to see that. And maybe that's something that we as a board need to ask for from our legislative colleagues when we meet with them. So I agree about having a plan. I will say that, like I said about activities for our high school students, and that's where I don't necessarily believe that we can do that risk mitigated like we can early elementary school, but I do not believe that kindergarten and first grade would place students or teachers at risk of getting sick and needing hospitalization. If I thought that way, there was no way I could in good faith recommend that. And we're talking about creating opportunities for our high risk students and families and teachers to not be part of this process. And I also don't think that kindergarten and first grade opening would contribute to community transmission. And that one we can see across the country, across the world, about that. But I heard a teacher mention putting off the talks until returning until January. I really would not be very happy if our administration made that decision, and it doesn't matter to me what other school districts around us are doing, because I'm just here to worry about the 21,000 and ever shrinking number of Issaquah students and families. I think that we do have to have other things in consideration, and I would disagree with the parent who talked about it's just not about the case, it's about the positivity rate. And the positivity rate in our county has doubled. So it's gone up 100% over the past couple of weeks. And that's a very telling number. And we don't have that exact number for our district, but that's a really important thing. So yes, there are more testing. Positivity rate is actually increasing pretty dramatically. So that's something that I would watch for. And if you look at the CDC recommendations, certainly there's much more robust support for doing things when the positivity rate is less than 5. So I don't want anyone to misinterpret me saying that I agree with this approach and agree with wanting a plan with we need to open schools now. That is not at all what I'm saying. But if we don't have that plan in place, we will lose more weeks and more months. And we saw that in the fall. If we had been ready to do this back in late September, early October, our children would still be in school, because I think sometimes people forget we have 500 students in our buildings right now. And to my knowledge, you haven't had to close programs because of COVID cases from those 500 students. Maybe the superintendent can correct me if I'm wrong. So we absolutely are all about making sure that this is as risk mitigated and as safe environment as possible. But we've got to get to the point where we have a negotiated agreement so we can plan on serving more kids. And I would also say to the teachers who said about bringing the highest needs kids in and doing equitable grading practices, I mean, we would love that. So I would say talk to your IEA leaders, because they're the ones that have stopped us from doing those things.
Okay, Dr. Mullings.
Just director. I refuse to go back for the PhD. Master's was enough for me. I have 2 I want to clear two clerical things I guess I want to get after in the document itself. So maybe I'll do those first and then get into general commentary. So there's two clerical things in.
I thought I fixed all of them.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th whereas we're doubling up the word education twice. So I just want to clear that as a clerical.
Oh, the second one's supposed to be equity. Thank you.
Yep. And then
educational education. Is that what you're talking about?
Furthest from educational education.
Educational education.
What's wrong with that? Thank you.
Super clear. Then I guess many of the things I'm going to say are with the second point. So I'll tell you what I want to do in the therefore, in the first therefore, and then I'm going to get into some general comments. So I think in the therefore, maybe one of the things that I know I want to get across in this first therefore, and maybe is not clear enough in the wording, is we have in here the third line, begin to return to physical classroom. I don't know if we need to adjust that to say the goal here is certainly a hybrid scenario and not a disruption of remote as an option. So I just wonder if we need to be more clear that I don't believe, at least what I'm saying, isn't that we were going to force everyone in these grades to return to in class. And so I think we probably need to do a little work in there because, again, huge proponent of the remote, the remote learning that we have, virtual learning as a tool that we should have in our arsenal forever forward as a modern school district. But there's probably something we need there to be clear. This isn't some gross mandate of.
So like for those who choose, like
to
the physical classroom, for those who choose as soon.
Well, I don't want to wordsmith it right now because I want to get to the other, but I think there's something in there as I just listen to some of the commentary that people are going by. But I do want to address, I guess, some things I've heard tonight and things that are just important to me. Clearly, having a plan that can be executed upon and having that baked and agreed to so it can be executed on in agreement with all the parties that have to walk together to make it is super important to me. That is why, for me, it was important that there isn't a specific date in here in which to return. I think people are creating dates in their mind or wanting to assume that there's some intended date. But what is here, and I want to be super clear, and maybe the most important whereas for me is a third of this year is gone. Time is not returnable. So we punting until January while others have chosen to do that, I think is an unacceptable option. We have to get to a point that we know how we will act and when we can act. And so I just need to clear that about the timeline. I believe strongly that all the parties have to walk together to come up with a plan that is agreeable. This is not about strong arming. This is not about rough messaging. As one of our folks said, this is not about a disrespect of the craft or even of the effort in place. This is about saying we are going weeks on weeks and not coming to a plan. And for me, that cannot stand. Couple more things, rushing to a decision. Hopefully we've cleared that. There's no rush. If we lay out these multiple weeks of conversations, no one has rushed anything. What I'm rushing tonight is a move forward. So I just need to clear that. High risk first, yes, amen. I need all of those kids listed in this document to have a plan. And we gotta clear the one we're on first and move forward. So yes, there is no, why didn't they act on these other ones? It is, Director Weaver said, we are clarifying it here because these are all critically important populations. Do they come with different needs, different modalities, different age ranges and groups, different school buildings, lots of stuff. But I will be working very hard to clear all of them. I just want to be super clear about that. So this isn't about high risk. We need to get the folks who can't read, the kids who can't read, reading. And we need to deal with all these other populations. Again, our district and what that means for numbers versus King County. I think part of the conversation in this agreement has to be to come to agreement on what the numbers are. I think there is absolute validity in looking at many sets of data to get there. It isn't about cherry picking one versus the other, but it is about a reality that we are having a different experience where the vast majority of our students come from. And adult to adult, infection is a very different thing. So and where our teachers come from. Finally, I'm going to say is we can do both. We absolutely can, should, and will iterate on the current system of remote learning and make sure we can get back to serving in all the modalities that serve our students. So this isn't an either or conversation. It is we can do both. And I think my final thing is, again, if this meeting is the catalyst to get people to talk, to share what their real concerns are, to move forward on their conversations, and I say we have it every week, and I'll be happy to be here. But we need something else to happen. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm writing stuff now. Anne. Director Moore, sorry.
Thanks. So I agree with, by and large, all that's being said, and the idea that we need to come out with a plan so that we can move on and make additional plans. We have turned so much time in trying to get these kids in, it's impacting our ability to deal with the next group that we need to do something for, whatever that is. And I agree it's not necessarily about the exact timing of it, but it's about understanding how the plan will work for when we can actually do it. If we had been able to, in early September, work on this plan, when the numbers dropped in that late September, we would have been able to execute, but yet we're still struggling coming up with the plan that will allow us to move forward. So I totally support the separation of getting a plan and then executing it at a certain time. I know we've had a lot of comments about our local COVID data that we came up with, and some of that was in relation to the concern of teachers that about getting COVID from students. And part of that was to share that the local COVID rates have been significantly lower than the greater King County as far as the amount of infection that could be in our schools just from the students. It wasn't to say it's the only metric, but it was to give an additional piece of information about our local. And yes, our local numbers have gone up just like King County has gone up, but over all of the time, it has always been significantly to a great amount below King County. So I think that's why we're trying to share that additional piece of information. So I'm not sure that I have a lot more to add than what has been said, but I agree with it.
Before I call on Harlan, I did want to say that I know that there were some questions about some of the data points. I think the one thing we don't reference is the Institute for Disease Modeling report that came out a couple of weeks ago. And a comment that it makes in there that we don't have in our whereases, but is here, is school-based transmission did not significantly increase the community-wide reproduction number for when school-based measures were in place. So meaning, if we opened up, would we have COVID cases? Probably, because COVID still exists, but it doesn't increase the likelihood. So somebody was saying, oh, it's a super spreader. That's actually what we're saying, is the evidence says opening your schools is not a super spreader. And that's the data that we're receiving. It was even reiterated on the phone call that we had with Department of Health, and the governor's office had, or the state had a thing, a webinar earlier this week. And that's exactly what came from the director of public health up in Snohomish, was that by openings that the data says when your school is opened, that does not increase the rate of COVID infection rates. And so we do have that data. You can actually find it from the Institute of Disease Control, right? Disease modeling. Okay, Suzanne, did you have your hand up, or is it Harlan's turn? Okay.
Oh, I just wanted to clarify what Director Moore said. I just so the community understands, we've had a plan in place I think you were saying you were meaning agreement when you said plan is agreement between the district and our teachers. The plan, as far as the COVID plan and all the risk mitigation, has been in place for a long time. That was a clarifying question for you.
Wait, what do you mean?
You, in your statement, you were talking about a plan and then getting to a plan, but my interpretation of that is that you're comfortable with what the district's plan has been as far as returning kids to school from a risk mitigation standpoint. It was getting to an agreement.
Yes.
To return.
Yeah, I agree. Yes, it was getting to an
Okay.
agreement. Yeah.
I just want everyone to know that the planning part is done on the district's behalf.
Right.
And that's not the part that we're not waiting on our districts.
We need to get the plan to an agreement so that we can move forward.
Right. So we're basing our risk mitigation off of the toolkit from the public health of Seattle King County and other work that has gone on that that Assistant Superintendent Heckman has done.
Yeah, and so I guess I would just say that, I think some people have said that you're not following the state or county guidance, and I would say that this resolution fits and aligns with what the guidance has said. It's very clear about in the high category, which we're in, as far as caring for kids who are farthest from educational justice, including younger learners, which in our county, by our health officer, Dr. Jeffrey Duchin, interprets that as kindergarten and first graders. So it absolutely aligns with what our state and local guidance is, just to be very clear. This isn't some rogue thought. And it's based from Dr. Duchin, who sits on, National, Academy of Sciences that came out with guidance and recommendations for reopening elementary schools across the country, because he's an expert in this. And so I certainly know that wouldn't be something that he would be recommending if he thought it would contribute to community transmission.
Yeah. Superintendent Seeley, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, thank you, President Moraldo. And I appreciate that you brought forward the recent Institute of Disease Modeling. I participated in one of my professional organizations' presentation of that data earlier this week. I do want to clarify that where they are seeing no community or a community spread of 2%, which was basically on par with remote learning, it was basically the plan, and we do have a plan as articulated of what we would like to accomplish. That is K1, or I believe it was actually even K3, in a cohort groups with proper health attestations, temperature checking, all the things that we have said from day one we would do, we have the ability to do, and willingness and desire to do, that if you do those things, and this is a hard pill, I know, for a lot of the parents who spoke tonight, that did not include having in-person learning for secondary. In that, what they were comparing. And in fact, what they did was they actually compared, here's what happens when you just open your schools up. Let's pretend that it is March 10th, 2019, and open the doors back up. And they talked about fairly high rates of community spread in those, and given that scenario. Well, nobody around here is talking about doing that. I want to be very clear. And then they kind of broke it down by different levels that you would open. And when you get to the level of your youngest elementary, mitigated like crazy with what we're talking about, 6 feet of social distancing, small classes. And in our case, we had proposed a 3.5-hour day, not eating in the school. There is a growing body of evidence that does not lead to community spread. So that's why I believe that the approach that we're taking would work and would not cause an increase in community spread. It would also help us better serve some of our youngest LRC1 and ELL students, because they're fairly highly concentrated in grades 1 through 3 as well. Not so much in kindergarten because we haven't done as much identification. But so I just want to point out, there's other reasons to bring in those grades as well when you're talking about those students furthest away from educational justice. So I think it's important to be clear about that, and which is why I'm also, because that does not contemplate our secondary students necessarily even being in hybrid, we have to look for other ways to serve those students, which is why I'm glad we had that conversation about the 5-person pods. And I'd like to make progress on that. The last thing I will say, and I believe it would be good for everybody, for us to get an agreement on some metric that we will follow local, and I think there is a logical reason to look at our local data, whether we choose to go with that or not, that there is a logical reason to do that, because it does tell you something about the students that you're serving in our classrooms, or the county data. But if we can come to an agreement on that, we can all watch it then. And we don't have to sit and speculate, well, when are they going to come in and when aren't they going to come in? And we do need to talk about when we get them in, and I say when because I'm an optimist. Is there an upper level? Going back to our athletic conversation earlier, because I don't want to do, as the one teacher, I believe from Gibson X said, whipsaw kids in and out of school. I want to get them in and I want to keep them in. And I would love to see the data set, because I agree with Dr. Gallinger. I am not hearing about COVID outbreaks in any of the schools that are currently open. And we should know that. If it's happening successfully in other places, if they can do it, I absolutely believe we can do it. And I'm not saying there are no cases. I can't promise that. I can't promise that about measles or any other sickness or thing that's out in our environment. So I want.
Oh. How did I accidentally unmute you?
Oh, okay. I guess you were done hearing from me, President Moraldo. I will be quiet now and let the board continue.
No, I'm sorry. I was
your deliberations.
I was doing something else, so my apologies.
Yeah. Bottom line is, I think it would be good for our teachers. It would be good for everybody if we all could say, look, we know the numbers are high right now. I'm not going to sit here and try to pretend that I don't watch these numbers obsessively. But I would also point out that, yes, those numbers have gone up. I mean, frankly, we're at 212 today, and I think our local number is well up over 100. But there's also data in there. I look closely at the hospitalization data, and right now there's concern that it's going to go up, but we're not seeing the crazy increases and all the things that, if you recall last spring, we needed to bring the curve down because we didn't want to overwhelm our hospital system. And I think we can all agree we don't want to do that. But some of that data is staying relatively flat too. So it's not all bad news in the data. And so, I mean, it's the last thing I will say, and I really appreciated this from one of the parents, and I agree with this sentiment, is that it really breaks my heart to see this community divided this way. I believe that everybody here has an appreciation for the public school system, loves their children, cares about our teachers, and wants to keep people safe. And it's just incumbent upon me and this resolution in directing me to double down on those efforts, to find an agreement, to find a pathway forward for us, so that that Director Mullins can say, okay, you've got a plan, good, now implement the darn thing. But we need to, the agreement is not about whether kids should be in or out. We know everybody here wants them in. It's about when is it appropriate to do so. And there are times when I don't know that we're that far apart on that seminal question. And then I guess lastly, I just have to say, I hope that everybody can, just as we love our teachers and respect our teachers and our support staff, I hope people can appreciate what the 5 of you are having to go through. None of our teachers or students signed up for this. None of you ran for office on a platform of, I will do an amazing job managing through the next worldwide pandemic. You're just here. I have to believe that there's a reason that you're here at this time now to manage through this. But it's tough. And people need to understand, you're volunteers, you stepped up for your community. You're not doing this for the fabulous salaries or the glory or anything. And so I just want to say thank you for hanging in there. It's not easy. We get the same email. It's not all love letters. And thank you for staying the course. And just know that my staff and I are committed, and I believe that all of our labor groups are committed. We just got to get this done, because we know what the right thing to do is. When we get the opportunity, it's get these schools back open. I'll be quiet now. Thank you, Marnie.
Thank you. I promise not to just mute you randomly. I did want to say another comment is that we referenced the decision tree that was created by the Department of Health, and it is vague. And it is vague for one reason: local control. The Department of Health made the determination that some things need to be more local. This virus is reacting differently in different populations based on population size a lot of times. And so it's a local decision. And so part of this resolution is putting in place what it is that this local governing body wants to do to move forward. At some point, we will be back in school. That's inevitable. And so we have to have the plan for what are we going to do when that happens. I don't think we can wait until there's a vaccine that has been widely distributed so that we know that everybody has taken it, that it's safe, and that it's effective. I don't think we can wait that long. Certainly not for our youngest learners and our learners farthest from educational equity. We're hearing it from our skilled students who are saying, I'm great at doing school in person. This is not happening, because there's a different set of skill sets that you need to be educated in a remote setting. And a lot of it is self-discipline and self-guidance. It's how do you stay engaged when it's not engaging? I should have gone to my church when I was a kid. That's how I learned. But it's important for us to know that we're not just impacting. One of the things we haven't talked about is our comments that we're not just impacting kids this year. And we're not just impacting our kids that are trying to get into colleges for next year, our seniors. It's the whole spectrum of kids, kindergarten to 12th grade, that will be impacted in their level of learning. And one of the comments that we make in here is the longer it takes, the more remediation we are going to have to do. And that's going to cost additional dollars that our community is saying, I'm pulling my kid out of your classes. I'm pulling them out of my school. If I'm going to pay for a pod, I might as well just pay for the pod. And that does impact us. We do have wonderful teachers, but there's at least a handful of them that we aren't going to need because there's 1,000 less kids in our district. And that's a reality that we will be talking about in the spring. And if we don't get back to school, that is just going to get worse. And it's something that we haven't talked about, but it's one of the reasons we are passionate about getting students back in. We have a world-class education system, and it is slowly eroding. The trust in it is slowly eroding. And to hear our staff now saying the trust in the district administration is eroding, it's because we're not talking and we're not reaching an agreement. And that's what this entails. We want to talk. We want to come to an agreement. How can we get our kids back in safely as soon as feasible, as soon as possible, knowing that we have to keep our students and our staff safe, but that we can't keep everybody safe from everything. And at some point, we're going to have to be back in school, and it's going to be the possibility out of 20,000 kids, one of them might have COVID and bring it into the school. We have over, 1,200 teachers. One of them might get sick and bring it into the school. Those statistics are likely. So at this point, we have a resolution. I know that there's been one suggested amendment. So I am putting the amendments together and any other amendments, and then we can then take a vote on an amendment, a motion and a, yeah, Harlan.
Can the superintendent let us know, has there been any documented student-to-student transmission in our district so far, or student-to-teacher or adult transmission in our district?
None that I'm aware of. Lisa, I don't know if you have any specifics on that. Oh, can you, oh, there, she's unmuted.
Yeah, to my knowledge, there has been no student-to-student. There has been no student-to-teacher. There has been adult-to-adult.
That's what I thought. Thank you, Lisa.
Mm-hmm.
And that adult to adult is what we're also seeing in the community. So our adults in our buildings have to be as vigilant as they have hopefully been trained to be.
We agree.
You know, I think for me, Marnie, it's about reestablishing community trust. And I see tonight as we're, 14 months away from having to pass a levy that is responsible for supporting hundreds of our teachers, but I think it's in the 300 to 400 range. And I think that if we were to run a levy right now, we would not have the support of our community. And I think that it is incumbent on IEA to bargain in good faith with our school district so we can move beyond this. We can establish a plan and an agreement that is transparent so everyone can see on what it is for when we're going to return. And we need to keep moving on these plans so we can rebuild trust with our community and show them that we can do this. I appreciate the superintendent said, like, none of us signed up for this. My hat goes off to you, Superintendent Thiele. Like, you have been an amazingly steady hand and really threading that really needle between where the school board stands and where your bargaining groups are at, and we are so grateful for you. But we need to start regaining and rebuilding that trust with our community. And I want our staff to understand that that's a really important job of what we do that really is about preserving jobs and livelihoods. And that really weighs heavily on us.
Well, and I think too that what we're saying here is, as a board, we value education. And I look at all the COVID things out there. I value education more than movie theaters and more than restaurants. You know, grocery stores, that's a little hard. We all have to eat. But, you know, to me, education is an essential service that we should be providing at the very highest level that we can provide it. It's our value. And we have to figure out a way to provide that to our students and to our parents. It's what the community expects from us. In Issaquah, we value education.
And we not only value the education, but we value providing it in as a risk mitigated method as possible. Hence, the following of all the protocols from the toolkit that came out from OSPI or whoever that came from. But the district is dedicated to following proper procedures to do the greatest risk mitigation that we can for our students and our staff.
So with that, I think we should get to any wordsmithing we want to do, and then I'll have somebody make a motion for all of the amendments. So Sydney, I know you had
the educational equity.
Yeah, so why don't I share my screen? Where's it at? I think it is this one. Am I? Yeah, I'm sharing the right screen, right?
Yes.
So Sydney, I think you wanted something here.
You guys know I have the bad vision.
It-
Like,
Marnie, instead, could you say the option to begin to return, the option to return to physical classroom rather than put it there?
Okay, reject.
and can you either, I guess, I don't know how to make this zoom in closer, but I can't see what it
Let me
says.
see if I can change.
You could either just bump up the font or something super simple. Oh, that's getting better.
Yeah.
It's at the bottom, Marnie, bottom right. You increase to the 100.
Yeah, I did that. So
Well, I mean, go higher. Like, see in the bottom right, you can drag it. Yeah.
He's got the same function. Okay, that's better. Thanks.
oh, this should be begin to provide. And I do want to say for the public, the reason we said to the beginning of the second trimester is that was actually a desire of our teachers, is to be as close to those natural shifts as possible. But I am okay if that is something that we remove and just say as soon as possible.
The words you put in there don't quite make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
That's what I was told to do.
And I said that's where I want it at. You can change the words.
Well, what about to have our early learners take such action as
To provide our early learners with the option. With the option to return. Get rid of begin, yeah.
like that?
Now, do you need to say, Sydney, did you want to say in a hybrid model, or are you just okay with the option?
No, I'm okay with the option. I'm good with that.
Okay, so then we were talking about whether, that the beginning of the second trimester was because that's where there was a good transition point for teachers.
Right. So do we want to still include that because that ended up being a trigger for the teachers?
Right. Or should it say?
So I gotta say, I still need, for me, the year has 3 parts. One is gone. This is about the agreement, not the return.
Mm-hmm. Right. So with that, then are you saying just don't refer to time?
No, I don't know. I worry without some, while I'm not trying to mandate some exact date, I worry without some sort of time bound. We get into the, well, why not talk in January, which again,
Right.
that I'm not open to. So,
Yeah. Well, and it could very well be that when we have an agreement, kids don't return to school until January, but I don't want to stop the negotiations, right? The negotiations is just the plan. The plan will determine when it's appropriate for kids to go back to school.
Right.
So I'm actually okay with it the way it is.
Okay. And then I think the last thing that we talked about is whether or not we wanted to add and students farthest from educational equity right after early learners.
I think we heard from our staff that we should do this in this arrangement first before we
Okay.
go there. I think that's the next plan.
I just wanted to bring the question forward.
And I think that by opening this general education pathway, it will serve a lot of the LRC1 students. So it will be actually meeting that need.
And the ELL students too.
Definitely our ELL students.
Right.
But there will need to be other agreements to serve other students. We have to do this one first.
I agree with Suzanne.
Yes, I love all that. It would be nice. I don't know if we could do it here tonight, so that it may not be feasible to call out in the above and the whereases. I don't know if we have the statistic, but what percentage, I believe it's fairly significant of the, if it's ELL or LRC population would be served under this one. Because I think that's important. And I know Superintendent brought that up. It is a really important point we didn't cover. That part of the focus on this is because it brings in a good number of some of these groups that we think are super important.
To clarify, at the elementary level, I mean, obviously
at the elementary level.
Yeah, we do have a fairly high, as I understand it, concentration of the ELL students and LRC1 students in those grade bands. Now, that wouldn't preclude us from another agreement that would potentially, let's say 5th graders. We wanted to bring in pods of 5th graders who we've deemed furthest from educational justice. So that, I think there's lots of options there. This specifically, is talking about that K3, which, and I also believe, well, I'll just leave it at that I think that's what this is primarily about here. But that would help those other groups, particularly at the elementary level. Wouldn't solve it, but it would help it.
Okay, Anne, is your hand up?
Yeah, if we were good on that. So at one point we had talked about including something from the Institute for Disease Modeling.
Mm-hmm.
So when I look at it, and of course it's a very in-depth report, but the one thing that jumped out at me was where it talks about the reproduction numbers for the hybrid and K5 phase-in scenarios are similar to the all-remote scenario, indicating that countermeasures and scheduling are sufficient to prevent schools from driving increased community transmission. And so I don't know other people's thoughts on the appropriateness of that particular phrase, but I've written something up that I can send to Marnie if people want to give that a thought.
That would be helpful.
So I emailed it to you.
Okay, can you put it in the chat? Because then I'll be able to copy and paste it.
No. Oh, I can, but it'll take me a minute because I'm dealing with 2 computers here too.
Okay. Actually, now that we're in this mode with me sharing the screen, I can't do it. Ms. Sivadatsan.
Yes, I would just like to advocate that we could also focus on bringing in our homeless students.
Do have homelessness included in the furthest from educational equity, whereas.
Okay, I guess I didn't see it in that earlier breakdown.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually in the second whereas the board, I think, tries to be fairly comprehensive in identifying all of the groups that we have collectively talked about and identified, and certainly homeless students experiencing homelessness is one of those as well. Now it's not in the therefore, but it is whereas.
This is Elena. This is where it's at. Whereas the Issaquah School Board further defines students furthest from educational equity as ECE, LRC1, LRC2, ELL, students experiencing homelessness, and students with IEP or 504 accommodations.
Okay.
I'm almost there, Marnie.
Okay, no, you know what? I have it. It's going to be easier because I can't get the chat to pull up while I'm sharing the screen.
Perfect. Okay, you got the email?
Yes. So where would you like to insert that? Would it be under?
Probably right after, whoops.
Because here we talk about the decision tree, the evidence that children under the age of 10, and it doesn't say that that children under age of 10 don't transmit COVID. It says demonstrate very low transmission rates to adults outside their homes. I do want to specify that that was misquoted by people. So I'm wondering if after that one or before that one.
Yeah, I think just before that one.
Okay. This is riveting content for all those watching.
President Moraldo, the rest of the board doesn't know we've actually been communicating about the agenda as well. And just so for everyone else, if, particularly if anybody is waiting for the capital projects update, we are going to punt that one tonight. Director Mullins will send out his presentation to the board, and we're going to buy back a little bit of time with that. So. "15 minutes we bought back specifically."
No, I was just getting my second wind.
Oh yeah. Oh, believe me, I don't think we're going anywhere anytime soon, but I just thought if there was one thing we could do, and I know Tom has some good pictures because I drove by Middle School 6 yesterday and you can really see it coming up.
I do sort of need that capital.
I know you do, Sydney. I know it's the one fun thing we do.
Well, I can do it, but we got to take a 5-minute break after this.
No, I cut him loose, by the way. I told Tom he could go home. Those guys start pretty early in the morning.
I'm just sharing that I will read it because it is my positive.
Oh, and I encourage people to go to the CAP Project's website too and look at the progress of, and we've got other things going on, other good news. We got our permit for Maple Hills, and so. But he'll put that out, and then we'll have a future update from Tom.
Okay, please tell me I spelled everything correctly.
Disease.
What?
But
Oh yeah.
disease is spelled wrong.
Thank you. Okay, so were there any other changes or amendments that you wanted to consider?
Actually, can you scroll back up to where you were a minute ago, Marnie?
Yes.
Just the whereas right above there, you need a comment after 3rd grade.
Yes, we do. How many times have we looked at this? Like a dozen times.
I don't know. This one looks different than what I pulled up. Oh, no, I guess it isn't. Never mind. How many edits did I give you the other day? I mean,
I know.
We had whereas spelled wrong, you know.
I know. Okay.
Did we lose Harlan?
No, he's there.
Oh, I can't see him. Maybe
Are you raising your hand, Harlan?
I was, but I don't care strongly about it.
Oh.
What?
Well, I didn't know we're doing all this editing in addition. So, you know, where I think is missing from that is the whereas above when you're on, where it says, and believes that in-person learning has, does, and will better address student needs. We could say it.
Okay, which one is that one?
Yep.
2 above the one that you
has, does, and will better address student needs.
And consistent with American Academy of Pediatric recommendations.
What was that, American Pediatric?
American Academy of Pediatric recommendations. Thank you.
Any others before I ask for a motion to amend? This typically isn't how you do it. You do it like piecemeal, but that would take us forever, and I'm not willing to do that. So sorry, Robert's rules.
Robert's rules the Issaquah way.
Yeah, so yeah, we do lots of things. So my last question will be, we wanted to keep it here. Did we want a second statement that mentioned those farthest from educational equity? It's just an ask. I'm not trying to push anything. Just want to make sure we're comfortable with our therefores.
In that, the fast follow, therefore, like our goal is to complete this one. That's the only thing I could think of, in that our intent is that the next group would be a fast follow conversation.
Yeah.
I don't know if we need to do that here or just do it in a separate conversation.
I feel like it kind of muddies the waters that solution should, I mean, this is just me, that this solution should address K-3.
Yeah, yeah, that's good.
And we can just say our intent is that we have a fast follow in our conversation.
It is in the recording, Director Moore.
You could, so I don't care strongly about this, but at the end of number 2, you could say to serve students farthest from educational justice. If you're wanting to call out, if we were feeling strong about wanting to call out equity done in our therefores, I don't care. I mean, I don't feel strongly about it, but that's where you could put it. You want.
So as far as here, say serve our earliest, serve students farthest from educational.
And I'm not necessarily advocating for that. I'm just, if there was a desire to put it somewhere in there, that's where it could live. But
I kind of like how this one just ends with do it in an urgent expeditious manner.
Great.
Okay, so.
Okay, you want a motion?
Do I have a motion to amend?
I move we amend resolution 1157 as edited by Marnie.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second to amend the resolution. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Okay, so I have an amended resolution. So are we done with any further conversation before we call for the vote for the final resolution?
Or we're now voting for the resolution as amended?
As amended.
Cool.
Okay, so all those in favor of passing resolution 1157 as amended signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you for your work. I'm going to stop sharing.
Make sure you save.
Yeah, definitely. Right now. Have it saved to its own. And yes, Diane, I will send this to you as soon as I can. And with that, I am only, 2 hours behind? Not quite.
Not quite.
So the next item on our agenda is E3 citizenship policy statement.
Do we get we need a break.
Yes. Now that I'm looking at, yes.
Okay.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
We've been going for over 4 hours. So yes, you can have a 5-minute break. We will come back at 10:31, according to my.
Okay.
Okay, we're just waiting for Harlan and Superintendent Daly to get back. Thank you for the work on that, by the way. Yeah, the problem with starting these meetings at 5 is if you don't get dinner in, you're hosed. I can see all of us chomp, chomp,
Did you
chomp.
see me chewing,
We're
President
not the
Ronaldo?
only one.
No.
Okay. I would go on to E3, but I would need Dr. Gallinger back. So I guess while we're waiting for Harlan to get back, I will let the public know this is a second reading of a policy change for our E3 citizenship policy. And one of the things that we were trying to change is that we called this ENS3 citizenship. And we recognize that the diversity of our community did not represent, was not well represented by the word citizenship, where there would be some confusion because a large portion of our community, not technically citizens of the United States, as the technical term. And so we've called it, we are changing the name to civic engagement. And that rather than saying students will live as responsible citizens, so that there didn't feel that we were pushing out students that were not necessarily United States citizens. So we've changed the verbiage to students will live as responsible members of society. I should probably put my glasses on if I'm reading something. And so those are the two changes. So it's basically a title change, and then it is a change to the statement. Rather than students will live as responsible citizens, changing it to students will live as responsible members of society. So with that, this is a board policy change, and so action will be taken. This is a second reading and for action. So I am looking for a motion.
I move the board adopt the revised policy language in E3 citizenship as presented.
Second.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Just don't talk with your mouth full. Okay, so with that, I have to say that as we've done our equity work, things like that, it seems like a simple word change or a simple word phrasing change, but I think it's meaningful work of recognizing all of our students and making them feel more welcomed and included. So with that, I call the motion. All those in favor of the amendments to E3 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. Thank you so much. Next on our agenda, again, we are skipping our capital projects update. You can always go to our website. There are great pictures that are there that give you a great update. So if you're part of the public, there should be a link in the description. If not, there's a construction update on our homepage that should be easily accessible. So next, Dr. Gallinger, legislative matters. He's like, but I'm eating.
I don't get to eat apparently. So there was just an election, I think we all know of, that happened. And so locally, it does seem to be that barring some change with the recount, that Senator Mollett will be reelected by a slim margin. So once those results are there, I've reached out to Representative Callan and her staff to coordinate with the other 5th district folks to set up a time and send us some dates and times that they would be available to do a linkage with us. And then once we get the 5th set up, I will set up with the 41st. I think since there's the Zoom element possible, if depending on how many of the board members are interested in doing that, well, I guess we probably should not keep it as just probably 2 of us to make it easier and to not have a meeting. as far as the meeting with King County and Public Health, we have another one of those meetings tomorrow. And I think that's all I have to share.
And I don't know, Superintendent Thiele, are you going to be able to make that tomorrow?
Yep, it's on my calendar.
I will not be able to be there. I will be on NSBA duty.
I will not be there either.
Oh.
I will represent.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll run the meeting, get it kickstarted, but then yeah, I have work meetings.
Yeah, I might, depending on how much we get done if we actually do the 8 to 9 for my NSBA, I might be able to get there by the 9 o'clock meeting. Okay, so with that then, I think if you're done there, the next item on the agenda is the works in progress.
Okay, I do have a few things that I wanted to share. First up, just a big thank you to the Issaquah Schools Foundation for hosting another Leadership Circle event this year. And as part of their Step Up for Kids fall fundraising campaign, I just want to remind everybody that that campaign is ongoing right now and encourage folks to participate. The foundation has been a great support for our remote learning during this unusual pandemic time, and was a great opportunity for us to thank them and thank the donors to the foundation, and give my staff and myself an opportunity to kind of share some highlights from the district. So I wanted to thank them. I want the board and the public to know that we will have a statement that we will have coming out related to weather or power interruptions and the impact on school. Obviously with 99%, and I hope that number grows, but currently about 98 to 99% of our students are learning remotely. So the thinking is, in the event of an inclement weather, such as the snowstorm, the reason that I've closed schools is because we can't get our staff to safely transport into the district and our drivers to be able to drive the district in snowstorms. So we end up canceling school. Well, if we don't have to do any of that, then we shouldn't have to cancel school. I know the board has received emails saying if we do have snow, they want us to cancel school so the kids can play in it. And I think that sounds great until it's June and I'm adding days on to the end of the year. We do have to think about our special needs students who are coming for in-person instruction. And we can definitely communicate route information directly to them through transportation. And so I just wanted everybody to know we are working on that, and we'll put out a plan with the idea being, hopefully we won't have to have any snow closures or anything this year. Power disruptions are a bigger problem in remote learning for sure. And we have to, working with teachers to have a plan to shift to an asynchronous instruction, because it could be a situation where, for example, we heard of a teacher tonight said, I live in Covington. Well, their power may be out there and that's where they're teaching from. And if it is inclement weather, it may be challenging to get into the building. So we're working through all of those scenarios. I just wanted folks to know that that is something we're working on right now. The new schools, I thought I was going to be following a CAP projects update, but the new schools are coming along nicely. The boundary review process will be kicking off. I know a lot of parents have already, or a lot of community members have submitted applications, or working with their building principal to be part of that large committee. We've named planning principals for middle school 6 and elementary 16. Very exciting. And those planning principals, Principal Coyle and Principal McKee, will start in earnest in the next few weeks the core team development process. So exciting news on that front. Big shout out to the teaching and learning department in the midst of trying to change everybody from brick and mortar teachers to online teachers and remote teachers. We're doing our regular work, part of which is a elementary literacy adoption and a very robust conversation about dyslexia. And so we held our second dyslexia family and staff engagement event last week. and or I'm sorry, Tuesday. Feels like it was a different week, and good feedback on that as well. So appreciate all the effort that's gone into that. I wanted to a couple of just things to recognize. I think I mentioned this earlier, but don't want to lose the fact that yesterday was Veterans Day, and a lot of gratitude to our veterans out there, and a lot of acknowledgement and recognitions happening in our schools, even in our virtual schools right now, honoring our nation's vets. Tomorrow, and this is a big deal for me, is World Kindness Day. It is November 13th this year. So, and yes, it is a Friday the 13th, but I don't think that matters. I just am happy and really appreciate, I had some staff here in this building, and we have very few people working here, but I saw a little display set up in one of the break rooms recognizing World Kindness Day. So just wanted to remind everybody of that, and that we should always be trying to create a culture of kindness, certainly within the Issaquah School District, but maybe just within the whole planet. And then lastly, I just wanted to recognize some 25 ISD school teachers who have recently renewed their national board certification. Very rigorous professional development. And we have over 175 national board certificated staff members in our school district. We're very proud of that. We have supported that program from its inception collaboratively with our foundation. And I know it's a lot of work, and I'm really proud of those individuals who have, that's 25 who have re-upped their national board certification. So kudos to those teachers as well. And that's all I had for tonight. Thank you, President Moraldo.
Thank you so much. Next on our agenda is announcements and correspondence. And I have to admit that before today, I did not go through and see if I had any additional from the public. I know I had a few, but all regarding the same issues, essentially the school year, the resolution, and whether or not to bring students back to school. Any others?
I emailed mine to Diane.
Okay, great. So the next item on the agenda is the calendar and future agenda topics. So for calendaring, there's a few things. Number one, signatures are needed for the EP&O levy certification, needs to be signed by all board members by Tuesday. So please make some arrangement to come in if you have not signed that already. And Diane, you might just need to tell us one by one if we have not signed that, because I think I've thought I had everything up to date, but if I don't.
Well, it'll just be, it's mostly tonight's signing for you.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's just, so to let you know, there's an urgent one for Tuesday.
Yep, exactly.
Harlan and I will begin planning for scheduling for agenda planning. Our next meeting is not until December 9th. That meeting will be our opportunity to look at board leadership. Putting it out there.
And it's a Wednesday.
And it is a Wednesday, and I can't remember why, but it's a Wednesday.
Jewish holiday.
Harlan will not be there.
Yeah.
It's the first night of Hanukkah on Thursday.
That is why. Thank you.
You might want to verify that there's not going to be enough quorum, because I won't be there.
No, Harlan.
I'll be there.
I'll be there.
Okay, so we'll still have a quorum. You know, when I used to run other meetings, if you didn't come to a meeting, you got volunteered for stuff. Better watch out.
I was just going to say, that's a dangerous meeting to miss.
Say we have to elect some people.
I'll just re-volunteer you for being ledge rep.
Oh,
because
yeah.
I don't think it's, is it up?
I was going to say it might not even be up.
Oh, he's nodding. Yes, it is. And he wants out. Okay.
And I assume that the district will maybe even promote our meeting a little bit more in advance, just to make sure people are realizing it's Wednesday and not Thursday. Right?
Yes.
So I have to go back to my concern. So that meeting is 4 weeks from now. And my concern is around urgency for some of the key topics we've talked about before. And I have significant concern about leaving the next discussion until then.
I agree.
Okay, so would you like to give a time frame? I know one of the things I was going to talk about next was that we have WASDA annual conference that's virtual. So we don't all have to be there at the same time. In fact, we probably do not want to have 3 or more people at a breakout session, because then it becomes an open public meeting.
No, we've had people at meetings all the time at WASDA.
Advertise it that you would all be there.
That you've advertised that we're there. The thing is, it's not open to the public.
But our conferences are never open to the public.
I'm just relaying the information from yesterday's webinar. Or no, today's webinar. Where did the days go? From WASDA.
But there they were talking about like boards night out.
Well, definitely boards night out, which we're not even having a virtual boards night out that I know of. Maybe Sydney wants to schedule one. Boards night out for us to talk about the things we talked about tonight.
If that's what we're going to call it.
Well, we could schedule a special meeting. We could even, if we have a bargaining update, you could have an executive session where we could provide you with a bargaining update. The teams are going to be back in bargaining tomorrow. So there's other ways we could handle that.
Well, I think she wants a public meeting. I think she's confident you'd give us updates. I think it's really the public part, but maybe I'm putting words in your mouth.
It seems to bring a different sense of urgency, and that's what I would like to say.
I hear what you're saying.
So I realize we're up against a holiday in the middle. I get that.
Well, so you said the next bargaining session is tomorrow?
Yes.
What if?
And then when?
I don't know when the next one is. I don't know if one of my team is still here. They might already be gone because there was ledge update.
Right, there they go. Because one idea would be to do an exec session to get a bargaining update, and based
on
whether we then need to schedule a public meeting.
Mm-hmm.
But scheduling is difficult because of the Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
But if it needed to be, it could be the first, November 30th or the rest of the first week of December.
Mm-hmm.
For a public meeting, but we would want a bargaining update early next week.
Well, I was going to say we can do the 18th. Harlan and I are at a WASDA board meeting on Tuesday night. And we're also at one on the 30th.
Would the 18th?
And I have a meeting. Oh, that's during the
18th. I'm open.
Yeah.
Well, the 18th. I know some of us are doing a pre-conference.
Right.
Is that in the evening?
No, it goes till 4 or 5.
Yeah.
You don't mind another couple hours Zooming after that, right?
Of course not.
No, I don't mind.
Okay. So we might have something. Natalie's trying to get in. Hold on. Admit.
We'd have to come up with an agenda for the meeting.
Okay, well, so Natalie, if you could show your face, I'll unmute you. Executive Director Fowler, are you there? I let you in.
May take her a minute.
Here she comes.
There you are. Okay.
Okay. It wasn't unmuting me. Sorry about that. So the question was, do we have bargaining tomorrow? Sorry.
You have bargaining tomorrow, and when's the next one after that, or has that been scheduled yet?
That has not been scheduled yet. We are prepared to receive a counter and are hopeful that we will be able to come to an agreement by tomorrow, end of session.
That would be awesome.
Wow, that is some optimism there. I like that.
Yeah, I think we need to schedule another one.
Oh, yeah.
Hearing that, I'm like, okay, that's all I needed. I was on the fence of not scheduling. Nope, we need to schedule another meeting.
Evening of the 18th.
Or even why, I mean, is there any reason, where were people like the evening of the 16th?
Oh, yeah, 16th.
I have a presentation to the Federal Relations Network at about 7 o'clock.
How about we find out from Natalie first, if you were to schedule another one after tomorrow, when would it be? Because I'd rather them to get a couple in before we meet, not just one.
But if it's not already scheduled.
Why not? That's why I'm asking when it would.
Well, you have to remember it's mutual agreed upon date. So looking at, we probably could Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So every day but Tuesday, I would imagine, at least I'm not sure about Jake and Jody and Todd, but that's my availability. So then would have to double check with the IEA team, see what theirs is.
It just seems there should be a rolling schedule of meetings until we have an agreement. But that's just me if I was doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So Natalie, if we scheduled an executive session on the 18th, do you think you would have something to share with us? And would that be a fruitful time to meet?
I think if you want to be a little bit more conservative, I would do it on the 19th because that would give me more options then we could bargain on either Monday or Wednesday or both. And potentially Thursday as well. Does Thursday not work for y'all?
No.
I just, because I don't have the schedule for the WASDA conference in front of me to know.
Well, but it'll be evening, so it won't matter.
So it will be.
I wouldn't be available until at the earliest 6:30 or I really have to say 7. I have a KCDA board meeting that night.
However, I'm assuming if we do come to a deal though, that you would want to note, I mean, then that meeting is just a tentative meeting. And is it to discuss I'm not sure what the executive session, just an update, a bargaining update in general?
Yeah, because and then we would also be having a public meeting to talk about where we were at with several other items that we talked about.
Okay.
Just know that there's a Seahawks game Thursday night, which I'm willing to miss. Get into your audience.
I'm willing to miss it if they play like they did against Buffalo.
I'm just saying it could cut into your audience, school board, football. I mean,
what are we talking about? Are we still talking about an exec session? So
somebody just said, and a meeting afterwards.
Wasn't Sydney, wasn't that what you were going for? Or did you not want a public conversation?
I 100% want a public conversation.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
I just wasn't necessarily putting them in the same day.
Yeah, I just think Wednesday's going to work a little better. I don't know why.
Wednesday the 18th?
Yeah.
But if that gives her 2 less days of bargain, then I'm not sure that's a good idea.
I'm fine with the 19th. If I see Suzanne cheering along the way.
I said it wasn't about me. I've got a tape thingy. It's about
record it.
Tape thingy. I know that just dated me by 2 decades, but I got a DVR. Sorry. Stop it.
Okay,
Stop it.
Almost 11 o'clock here, team.
So shall we go ahead and schedule that? Why don't we go ahead now and I'll take a motion. Would we want 5 or 6 o'clock?
Listen, I can't.
Oh, on Thursday? Oh, you can't.
I can't between 5:45 and 6:45.
Let's try the 18th.
Okay. The 18th at 5 o'clock? 6
Yeah.
o'clock?
6 o'clock, 5 o'clock.
Well, I'd say 5 because we're probably going to want to meet an hour in executive session and then do a board meeting. A special board meeting. I don't want it to be the full blown.
Correct. I agree. 5 o'clock, 18.
Okay, so I was just looking.
Harlan's given me a look.
I was just looking at the conference schedule, so I guess it just depends. I really hadn't read the schedule, but their opening general session and keynote is Wednesday from 6 to 7.
See, that's why I thought it was.
Oh, really?
That's why I'm like, I don't have the schedule in front of me. That's what I was talking about.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Did they usually do that on the breakout? I guess maybe it's just a different schedule because it's a different thing, but.
Yeah, it's different because everything else is pre-recorded except those. Well,
Yeah, that's gonna be live.
so
Okay.
Live from the Ramada Inn in Olympia.
but why can't we do 7 o'clock on Thursday?
Wait, when are you going to do the exec session?
At 7?
And then a public meeting after, like at 8? That's getting late.
We didn't even start our conversation about the resolution till then.
Well, I know, but we got some angry emails about that too.
We do our business in public.
I
Our
understand.
business meeting.
I don't think everybody else does, but I understand that.
I know.
We can.
Is there a reason why we could do the executive session before your meeting, Anne, and then the public meeting at 7?
On Thursday?
No, I just, my meeting's from 5:45 to 6:45. So then it's just about the conference and maybe.
Do you want to do the exec session at like 4:30 or 5, then take a break, then do the public meeting?
Potentially.
That works for me.
With what I say a break, that means you go to another meeting, Anne.
I know.
Me.
My wife.
I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that. Anne's the one that's ping ponging, but at least it's virtual ping ponging.
Yeah, that part's okay.
I just think that if we asked Natalie about a date and she gave us a date, we should try and do that. That's all.
Oh, wait, wait a second. Thursday. See, this is where annual conference is a bear. From 7 to 8 is our director area election meeting.
At night?
Yes.
Who thought that was a good idea?
Why are they doing that?
I don't know. Don't you sit on the board?
Don't you sit on the board?
Okay, apparently we are non-functional after 11 o'clock.
What about?
Well, okay, just throwing out.
If you think about it, we would be in Spokane during these days if we were.
What about a midday exec session on the 19th?
On the 19th? Yeah, because then
12. I could do 12:30 to 1:30.
okay, but we'll be missing the award ceremony.
Oh,
you guys are killing me.
Bad idea.
It's annual conference.
Yeah. And I mean, normally I would say not a big deal, but if you're getting an award, you probably want to be there.
I mean, we are a board of distinction and we don't know the end results.
Oh, we didn't. know. Okay.
We could earn our 3rd board of the year. Who knows? I don't know.
Is there a time on the schedule, if you look at the annual conference schedule on Thursday, that we could pull this off? That's the question.
I would say after 1 p.m.
Well, that gives you a big window between 1 and 5.
Well, but Sydney's got a job.
Well,
and I just got a new one. We got
You got a new one?
took a new, yeah. A bigger one. Such a great life.
What you needed, Sydney. You weren't busy enough.
Exactly.
So the afternoon sessions start at 1:30, so we can do anything during that.
1 Can we do 1 to 2?
Yes.
1:30 to 2:30? Either one of those two will work.
Whatever works best for you. Does that work for everyone else?
1 to 2 is the better one, best for me, that in the middle of the day.
Okay, so Thursday, 1 to 2 exec session.
Okay.
Does that make anyone else sad? Okay.
No, but we have to be very efficient. We have 1 hour to do it.
We've got such a good track record.
I know. Okay.
Of distinction.
Yeah.
That doesn't, then what's the plan over the public meeting?
That's the next question. Yeah.
I think you'd have to then push it out to the 30th, and we'd have to do it late and have Harlan and I go to the WASDA board meeting and then come back for a public meeting.
Because we can't do it Thursday night?
Public meeting on the 23rd. I mean, the week of Thanksgiving, but.
Oh, on the 19th. No, what? So
you skipped a whole week.
Yeah. You have Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, 23rd, 24th, and 25th. Wednesday, you might want to try to avoid, but the 23rd or the 24th.
The 23rd is actually great for me. We could even do both on the 23rd if the 19th. Well, actually, I like the 19th. Let's keep it.
23rd's good.
23rd all day. You pick a time in the middle of that day.
Well, usually our public meetings are in the evening.
Oh, perfect. Whatever you want that day.
No, Harlan looks ill.
Perplexed.
Okay.
I can't.
You guys just you set the meeting date. I'll put it on my calendar. I'm gonna turn my video off.
23rd.
He's done with the conversation.
I think he's done with us.
Okay, so Monday the 23rd from starting at 6 p.m.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so I need a motion for a meeting for Thursday, November 19th from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. an exec session, and then Monday, the 23rd at 6 p.m. for a special public meeting.
So moved.
Yeah, okay, second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. So Diane, I hope that was clear for you.
Yes, it was. Thank you.
Okay, now I got to get back to calendaring. That wasn't even all of it. So we have to, so then Harlan, we're going to have to schedule some type of agenda planning before the 23rd. And I'm going to let you schedule that with Diane. Just tell me where to be and I'll be there. Unless I'm at annual conference doing stuff. So the next thing is that we do not have a date for the SIP meetings because we're doing it by grade level. So elementary, middle, and high. We split up 2 elementaries and a middle school. So we need to determine a date for high school. And so we have either sometime between February 22nd and April 2nd. And would this be easier for Diane to set some dates that is good with staff and send it out to us?
I think that they were flexible. They were hoping any time between the midwinter break and spring break. And besides that, they wanted to be mindful of your schedules.
So maybe I can have you work with Sydney and Harlan first and see if they have dates that are amenable. And
Okay.
the rest of us can take a look.
Sounds
So if we
good.
get 2 or 3 dates that work for them.
Okay.
And you just tell us where to be. Yeah, so that's our final board meeting of the year will likely be December 9th. WASDA conference, pre-conference sessions start on the 18th, regular sessions 19th through the 21st. You can go to the WASDA website to see all of the sessions. We have 2 students who have confirmed, and then legislative conference will be a webinar.
I thought we had 2 students confirmed, and then I found out that actually we do not. We're having trouble getting any students that want to do more Zoom meetings. So
it kind of, I mean, the whole student experience of going to a WASDA conference is kind of lost if it's virtual.
Yeah.
I'm kind of with them on that one. I don't know what I mean, yeah, you can go to some interesting conferences maybe, but it's the whole camaraderie of being there with other students and being there with your own board, and all that's lost.
Mm-hmm.
It makes sense to me, and frankly, I'm not in a place where I want to be encouraging students to be doing more online unless it has real value to them, and they'll have access to it, and they'll have access to the recordings because we bought them a registration. They just and I get it based on what we heard from the students tonight. I understand it. I don't want to put any pressure on them.
I mean, if somebody wanted to do it, it'd be great, but I wouldn't want to push them.
Yeah.
And then legislative conference will also be, there will be a webinar and then virtual kind of a week on the Hill. So they'll give us all the information that we need, but any of those meetings will be done virtually in February. So takes all the fun out of it.
It really does. They have just sucked all the fun out of life.
How am I supposed to get cinnamon bread?
Oh, you had to say that.
I know.
Well, maybe we can actually schedule some in-person stuff here and do our own kind of thing since they're local.
No, tell them to bring bread.
They're going to be doing it from here too.
It was a joke. Just let it go.
Okay.
For jokes.
Are there any agenda topics that you want me to write down to pass on to the next person in charge? If I can coerce anyone else to do this?
Hey, if nobody volunteers, do you just have to do it again? Is it like PA?
Pretty much. Isn't that how I told people, I said, it's like somebody said, who wants to be president? And 4 people stepped backwards.
Yeah, I think there's some special pandemic rules that it has, for continuity's sake, you have to continue until the pandemic's over.
There's part of me that loves you guys enough that I don't know if I would want you to have to take this on, but.
Wow.
But then Harlan's not going to want to come to the agenda planning, so someone would have to come join me for that. I know he's looking forward to that. Okay, so if we don't have anything else, it is 11:09. I'm only an hour and 20 minutes late, 25 minutes late. So I call this meeting adjourned.
Awesome.
Thank you, President